Across our planet lie places that have stumped the most brilliant scientific minds for generations. Massive stone structures moved without modern machinery. Ancient sites with impossible acoustic properties. Architectural wonders displaying knowledge that shouldn't have existed for millennia. These aren't wild theories or internet conspiracies. These are documented locations that mainstream scientists and researchers continue to debate without resolution. From the perfectly balanced megalithic stones of Baalbek to underwater structures that challenge our timeline of human civilization, tonight we're exploring mysterious places on Earth that science simply cannot explain. Evidence that questions everything we think we know about our past and might just rewrite our understanding of human capabilities. Before we dive into it, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They make it more dynamic, but you can keep up with the stories strictly through the audio. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these perplexing mysteries. And if you'd like to support me making these videos, consider subscribing to the channel. Let's begin our journey through the most inexplicable places on Earth. Nestled in the pristine wilderness of Minnesota's Judge C.R. Magny State Park flows one of nature's most perplexing enigmas, a waterfall that seems to defy the laws of physics. The Devil's Kettle, as locals have named it, is no ordinary cascade. The Brule River splits at the top of this 40-foot waterfall, with half tumbling down in the conventional way over ancient volcanic rock, splashing and foaming as it continues its journey downstream. But the other half, that's where the mystery begins. The eastern side of the Brule River vanishes completely. It plunges into a deep, dark hole in the rock, a natural pothole or kettle, and simply disappears from the face of the earth. The swirling waters spiral downward into this mysterious abyss, taking with them anything that happens to fall in. And this is where the Devil's Kettle earns its reputation as one of nature's most baffling puzzles. For generations, curious visitors and scientists alike have tried to solve the riddle of where exactly this water goes. The conventional wisdom suggests that underground rivers exist, perhaps flowing through hidden caves or fissures in the bedrock, eventually rejoining the Brule River downstream or emptying somewhere else entirely, perhaps even into Lake Superior just a mile and a half away. But despite numerous attempts to track the water's path, its ultimate destination remains elusive. Over the decades, people have tossed countless items into the kettle hoping to see them re-emerge somewhere downstream: logs, ping-pong balls, GPS trackers, and even dye. Local legends speak of someone once pushing an entire car into the opening, though that tale likely belongs more to folklore than fact. What's undeniable is that objects cast into the Devil's Kettle never resurface. It's as if they've been transported to another dimension, swallowed by the earth itself, never to be seen again. The geological formation of the Devil's Kettle adds another layer to the mystery. The waterfall formed over 1 billion years ago during the formation of Lake Superior, when molten lava solidified into rhyolite rock around the edges of what would become the lake. This volcanic activity created the dramatic landscape we see today, but geologists have struggled to explain the kettle itself. Most potholes form when small pebbles caught in eddies gradually erode circular depressions in rock over thousands of years. But the sheer size and depth of the Devil's Kettle suggests something far more complex was at work here. One popular theory proposed that the kettle connects to a hidden fault line or fracture in the rock, creating a subterranean passage for the water. Another suggestion was that a lava tube formed during ancient volcanic activity, leaving behind a perfectly placed natural tunnel. Others wondered if perhaps a softer layer of rock beneath the rhyolite had gradually dissolved, creating an underground cavity system that captures the flowing water. For years, these theories remained untested assumptions. The churning, frothing waters made it impossible to see more than a few feet into the kettle, and the remote location in Minnesota's North Woods complicated extensive research efforts. The Devil's Kettle kept its secrets close, becoming something of a modern legend, passed from one generation of hikers and nature enthusiasts to the next. In 2017, however, scientists from the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources believed they had finally cracked the case. Hydrologists Jeff Green and Calvin Alexander conducted a simple but elegant experiment. Rather than throwing objects into the kettle, they decided to measure the water flow. They gauged the river's volume above the falls, then measured it again about 500 feet downstream. Their findings were surprising. The water measurements matched. What this suggested was revolutionary yet ultimately mundane. The water going into the Devil's Kettle wasn't disappearing at all. Instead, it was rejoining the Brule River just downstream, beneath the turbulent pool at the base of the falls. The researchers theorized that the intense pressure and churning of the plunge pool creates such turbulence that objects thrown in become trapped or broken apart rather than carried downstream. To further test their theory, they planned to pour vegetable-based dye into the kettle during low water conditions and monitor the river downstream. The fluorescent dye would be visible even when highly diluted, providing visible proof of their hypothesis. If correct, the dye would simply reappear in the river below the falls, solving the century-old mystery once and for all. Yet the story doesn't end there. Despite the scientific explanation, questions still linger. The dye test results weren't as conclusive as hoped, and some local observers remain unconvinced. They point out that if the water simply rejoins the river so quickly, why have none of the countless objects tossed in over decades ever been recovered? Where are all those ping-pong balls, logs, and other items that should have washed up downstream? Some geologists have suggested that perhaps there is indeed a secondary channel, not one that diverts water permanently away from the river, but a narrow, labyrinthine passage through the rock that eventually returns to the main channel. Items thrown into such a system might become permanently wedged in tight spaces or break down completely before re-emerging. The remote location of the Devil's Kettle adds to its mystique. Visitors must hike a challenging 1-mile trail with over 200 steps to reach the waterfall. This journey through pristine northern forest, with glimpses of the rushing Brule River along the way, feels like stepping back into primeval wilderness. The effort required to witness the kettle firsthand has kept it from becoming overly commercialized, preserving its sense of natural mystery. Standing beside the Devil's Kettle today, watching half a river disappear into darkness, it's easy to understand why this place continues to capture our imagination. There's something deeply unsettling yet fascinating about water that doesn't follow the expected path, that seems to vanish into the unknown. It touches something primal in us, the wonder of the unexplained, the thrill of a mystery not fully solved. What makes the Devil's Kettle so compelling isn't just the geological puzzle it presents, but what it represents. A reminder that even in our modern world of satellite mapping and scientific certainty, nature still holds secrets. Even if the water does simply rejoin the river downstream as measurements suggest, the journey it takes through the earth remains largely unseen, unmapped, and unknown. Perhaps most telling is that despite scientific explanations, visitors continue to cast small objects into the swirling vortex, watching as they're swept away by the current, disappearing into darkness. Each item becomes part of the ongoing experiment, part of the legend, and each person walks away with the same question that has echoed here for generations. Where does it all go? The Devil's Kettle stands as a monument to nature's capacity for mystery, a place where water vanishes before our eyes, where scientific explanation and wonder coexist. In a world increasingly mapped and measured, such places become all the more precious, geographical question marks that remind us that the Earth still holds enigmas waiting to be solved, waiting to be wondered at. And as we watch the waters swirl into darkness, we can't help but feel connected to generations of puzzled observers who stood in this same spot, asking the same questions, captivated by the same mystery of water that seems to disappear without a trace. Hidden beneath 2.5 miles of Antarctic ice lies a body of water that has remained isolated from the outside world for possibly 14 million years. Lake Vostok, named after the Russian research station positioned above it, is one of Earth's most extreme environments and perhaps one of its most pristine time capsules. This massive freshwater lake stretches 90 miles long, 30 miles wide, and nearly 3,000 feet deep, comparable in size to Lake Ontario but cradled deep within the frozen continent, untouched by human hands until very recently. Its discovery and ongoing exploration represent one of modern science's most fascinating frontiers, a place so alien yet existing right here on Earth. Lake Vostok remained unknown to humanity for most of our existence. The lake was first detected in the 1970s through airborne radar surveys that revealed an unusual flatness in the ice sheet. Soviet scientists later confirmed its presence using seismic soundings, but it wasn't until satellite radar altimetry in the 1990s that researchers realized the true scale of what lay beneath the ice. An enormous liquid water lake, somehow remaining unfrozen despite the brutal Antarctic conditions. This discovery immediately raised profound questions. How could a lake exist under such extreme pressure and cold? The answer lies in a delicate balance of forces. The tremendous weight of the overlying ice lowers the freezing point of water, while geothermal heat from the Earth's core provides warmth from below. Additionally, the intense pressure from the ice sheet, approximately 400 times atmospheric pressure at sea level, prevents the water from freezing despite temperatures that hover just below the normal freezing point. But the most tantalizing question wasn't how Lake Vostok remained liquid. It was what might be living in those ancient, isolated waters. Consider this. Lake Vostok has been sealed off from the rest of the planet since before humans evolved, possibly since before the Antarctic ice sheet fully formed. It represents one of the most extreme environments on Earth: perpetual darkness, enormous pressure, near-freezing temperatures, and potential isolation from Earth's atmosphere for millions of years. If life exists there, it would have had to evolve unique adaptations unlike anything we've encountered before. For astrobiologists, scientists who study the potential for life beyond Earth, Lake Vostok presents an invaluable analog for environments that might exist elsewhere in our solar system. The subglacial lake bears striking similarities to the conditions scientists believe exist beneath the icy crusts of Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's moon Enceladus. Both of these distant worlds are thought to harbor vast oceans beneath their frozen surfaces, warmed by tidal forces and internal heat. By studying how life might adapt to Lake Vostok's extreme conditions, researchers hope to gain insights into what forms extraterrestrial life might take on these ocean moons. The challenge, however, has been accessing these waters without contaminating them. After years of cautious drilling, Russian scientists finally reached the lake's surface in February 2012. The breakthrough was achieved using a clever technique that prevented outside contamination. As the drill approached the lake, the pressure difference caused lake water to rush up into the borehole, where it froze. This frozen plug contained pristine lake water that could later be retrieved and analyzed, without introducing modern microbes into the ancient ecosystem below. Subsequent samples revealed tantalizing clues about Lake Vostok's potential inhabitants. DNA analysis indicated the presence of over 3,000 distinct genetic sequences, suggesting a complex ecosystem might exist in these isolated waters. Many of these genetic signatures didn't match any known organisms in scientific databases, hinting at unique life forms that have evolved in isolation for millions of years. Some bacteria appeared similar to those found in the digestive systems of fish, while others resembled microbes from deep ocean hydrothermal vents. However, controversy soon followed these findings. Some researchers questioned whether the samples had been contaminated despite precautions. The drilling fluid used contained kerosene and other chemicals to prevent the borehole from refreezing, raising concerns that some detected microorganisms might have been introduced during the drilling process, rather than representing Lake Vostok's native life. More recent research has focused on ice cores from the frozen lake water that rose into the borehole. These samples, less likely to be contaminated than earlier ones, continue to yield evidence of microbial life. Scientists have identified extremophiles, organisms adapted to survive in extreme environments, that appear to metabolize nutrients like methane and ammonium, suggesting a functional ecosystem exists in the lake despite its isolation. What makes Lake Vostok truly extraordinary is not just its extreme conditions, but its potential as a time capsule from Earth's distant past. If the lake has indeed been sealed for millions of years, organisms found there might represent evolutionary lineages that diverged from surface life during the Miocene epoch, a time when early apes were just beginning to appear in Africa's forests. These organisms would have evolved independently, adapting to conditions that remained remarkably stable while the world above underwent dramatic climatic shifts, mass extinctions, and the rise and fall of countless species. The lake itself has other secrets to reveal beyond potential life forms. Its waters and sediments contain records of ancient Earth, atmospheric gases trapped in ice, minerals from a time before Antarctica froze, perhaps even pollen or other biological materials preserved from when the continent was green and forested. Some researchers believe the lake's sediments might contain evidence of Antarctica's transformation from a temperate environment to the frozen continent we know today. There's also the mystery of Lake Vostok's unusual topography. Geophysical surveys have revealed that the lake is divided into two distinct basins with differing depths, separated by a ridge or narrow peninsula. The southern basin appears to be shallower and may have different water chemistry than the northern basin. Some scientists theorize that these separate environments might harbor distinct ecosystems, potentially increasing the biodiversity within this already unique habitat. Another puzzling discovery is that the lake appears to have extremely high concentrations of oxygen and nitrogen, gases likely introduced from melting ice over thousands of years and unable to escape through the thick ice sheet above. These elevated gas levels, up to 50 times higher than in ordinary freshwater lakes, would create challenges for any organisms living there, possibly driving unique evolutionary adaptation to handle what would be toxic conditions for most surface-dwelling life forms. The exploration of Lake Vostok continues, albeit slowly and carefully. Scientists from Russia, the United States, and other nations have proposed additional drilling projects, some using hot water drills that might further reduce contamination risks. There are even proposals to send down remotely operated vehicles, miniature submarines equipped with cameras and sampling tools, to directly observe whatever might be living in these ancient waters. Lake Vostok isn't alone. Scientists have now identified more than 400 subglacial lakes across Antarctica, each potentially harboring its own unique ecosystem. Some, like Lake Whillans and Lake Mercer, have already been sampled using clean hot water drilling techniques, confirming the presence of microbial communities. But Vostok remains the largest, deepest, and possibly the oldest of these hidden waters, a place where life may have followed a completely different evolutionary path than anywhere else on our planet. As we continue exploring this alien environment buried within our own planet, we're left with profound questions about the resilience and adaptability of life. If organisms can survive for millions of years in darkness, under crushing pressure, isolated from the atmosphere and sun, what does this tell us about the potential for life elsewhere in the cosmos? Lake Vostok reminds us that our planet still holds profound mysteries, places we've never seen, organisms we've never classified, stories of evolution and adaptation we're only beginning to understand. And perhaps most importantly, it offers a window into how life might exist on distant worlds, hidden beneath ice but very much alive, waiting to be discovered. Deep in the heart of the Peruvian Amazon, where the forest grows so thick that sunlight struggles to reach the ground, flows a river unlike any other on Earth. To the indigenous Ashaninka people, it is known as Shanade Impishka, which roughly translates to boiled with the heat of the sun. To scientists and explorers who have recently documented it, it's simply called the Boiling River, a name that perfectly captures its most baffling characteristic. In a region where the average water temperature typically hovers around 20 degrees Celsius, this river reaches temperatures up to 94 degrees Celsius, hot enough to cause degree burns in seconds, hot enough to cook any unfortunate animal that falls into its waters, and most perplexingly, hot enough to challenge everything geologists thought they knew about the Amazon basin. The existence of the Boiling River remained largely unknown to the outside world until recently. For generations, it was primarily the subject of whispered legends among indigenous communities and a handful of missionaries who had ventured into the area. Many scientists dismissed accounts of its existence as exaggeration or folklore. After all, according to conventional geological understanding, the Amazon basin shouldn't have any significant geothermal activity. Unlike places like Yellowstone or Iceland, where underground magma chambers heat surface waters, the Peruvian Amazon lies far from the edge of any tectonic plate or volcanic system that typically creates such phenomena. It wasn't until geoscientist Andrés Ruzzo decided to investigate these persistent stories that the Boiling River began to receive scientific attention. Ruzzo had first heard about the river as a child from his Peruvian grandfather, who told tales of a river that boiled its victims alive. Years later, while studying geothermal energy at Southern Methodist University, Ruzzo remembered these stories and became curious. When he mentioned the Boiling River to colleagues, they insisted it couldn't possibly exist. The necessary geothermal gradient simply wasn't present in the Amazon. But sometimes legends contain kernels of truth, and Ruzzo was determined to find out. In 2011, guided by his aunt who knew shamans in the region, Ruzzo finally stood on the banks of Shanade-Mpishka. What he discovered was even more extraordinary than the legend suggested. The river stretches for nearly 4 miles through the rainforest, with sections reaching temperatures that indeed approach boiling point. Steam rises constantly from its surface, creating an otherworldly mist that hangs among the tropical vegetation. During rainy seasons, the river swells and the temperature drops somewhat, but during drier periods, animals that fall in are literally cooked alive. Local guides showed Ruzzo how small animals like frogs or snakes that accidentally enter the waters emerge partially cooked just minutes later. What makes the Boiling River truly baffling is its location. The nearest active volcanic system is more than 400 miles away, far too distant to explain such intense heat. According to conventional geological understanding, this river simply shouldn't exist. And yet it does, challenging scientists to rethink their assumptions about what's happening beneath the Amazon rainforest. After his initial discovery, Ruzzo began conducting systematic scientific studies of the river. He took temperature readings along its length, collected water samples for chemical analysis, and mapped its course through the dense jungle. What he found adds layers to the mystery. The river doesn't start hot. Its headwaters begin as a cold spring. But then, over a distance of just a few hundred feet, the temperature suddenly spikes. At certain points, the water becomes hot enough to brew tea or cook eggs. Locals have even been known to use smaller streams branching off from the main river for cooking. Chemical analysis of the water revealed another surprise. Unlike many naturally hot springs, which often contain high levels of sulfur compounds giving them a distinctive rotten egg smell, the Boiling River's water is remarkably pure. It contains only trace amounts of sulfates and no significant volcanic gases. This further complicates the mystery, as it doesn't match the profile of typical volcanic or geothermal springs. So what exactly is heating the Boiling River? After years of research, scientists have developed a leading theory, though questions still remain. They believe the Boiling River is likely a non-volcanic geothermal feature, essentially, a fault-fed hot spring system of extraordinary scale. Deep beneath the Amazon basin, they suspect, lies a vast network of faults and cracks in the Earth's crust. These faults could allow rainwater to penetrate miles underground, where the Earth's natural geothermal gradient heats it. The hot water then rises back to the surface through another series of faults, emerging as the boiling springs that feed the river. What makes this system unusual is its scale and efficiency. Most hot springs lose significant heat as they rise to the surface, but the boiling river's feeding system appears to be insulated enough to maintain temperatures just short of boiling point. The speed at which the water travels upward through the Earth's crust may also play a role, moving quickly enough that it doesn't have time to cool before reaching the surface. But this explanation, while plausible, still doesn't fully resolve the mystery. The area lacks other signs of the extensive fault system such a phenomenon would require, and the sheer volume of hot water, flowing at an estimated 20 gallons per second, suggests an energy transfer far greater than typical non-volcanic hot springs. Some researchers have proposed that the Amazon basin might conceal deeper geological activity than previously thought, perhaps even small magma intrusions that don't reach the surface as volcanoes, but provide heat sources closer than the distant Andean volcanic systems. Beyond the geological puzzle it presents, the boiling river has developed a unique ecosystem adapted to its extreme conditions. The banks of the river host specialized microorganisms that thrive in the constantly humid, hot environment. Some are extremophiles, organisms adapted to conditions that would kill most life forms. Certain algae and bacteria species, found nowhere else, have evolved to survive in temperatures that approach what scientists once considered the upper limits for photosynthetic life. This extreme environment may offer insights into how life could exist in similar conditions elsewhere, perhaps even on other planets. Astrobiologists have taken interest in the boiling river as a potential analog for hydrothermal environments that might exist on worlds like Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's Enceladus, where subsurface oceans are heated by tidal forces. The river also holds cultural significance beyond its scientific mysteries. For the indigenous Ashaninka and Shipibo people of the region, Shanadam-Pishka is a sacred place with deep spiritual meaning. According to their traditional beliefs, the boiling water is heated by a powerful serpent spirit called Yakumama, or Mother of the Waters. Local shamans have long used the area for healing ceremonies, believing the steam has purifying properties. Unfortunately, this natural wonder faces threats from deforestation and development. When Russo first documented the boiling river, the surrounding forest was largely intact. In the years since, logging operations have moved closer, and portions of the adjacent jungle have been cleared for agriculture and settlement. Climate change also poses a potential threat, as alterations in rainfall patterns could affect the hydrogeological systems feeding the river. Recognizing these risks, Russo established the Boiling River Project, a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting this unique site through conservation and education efforts. Working with local communities, the organization promotes sustainable practices and advocates for official protected status for the river and surrounding forest. The story of the boiling river reminds us that our planet still holds astonishing secrets, even in regions we thought were well understood. It stands as a humbling reminder to scientists that nature can still surprise us, challenging established theories and revealing gaps in our knowledge. For centuries, this extraordinary phenomenon remained known only to local inhabitants and featured in their myths and legends, proof that indigenous knowledge often contains vital truths about our world that conventional science has yet to discover. As research continues, the boiling river may yet reveal more of its secrets. Advanced geophysical surveys could map the subsurface structures feeding its heat. Further analysis of its unique microorganisms might uncover new species with applications in biotechnology or medicine. And perhaps most importantly, ongoing conservation efforts might ensure that future generations can continue to wonder at this remarkable place, where steam rises from the jungle and water defies expectations. A river that boils without volcanic fire, a mystery flowing through the heart of the Amazon. In the heart of the Karakum Desert in Turkmenistan, about 150 miles north of the capital city Ashgabat, burns a site so apocalyptic it seems transplanted from another world. The locals call it the door to hell. Scientists refer to it as the Darvaza gas crater. Tourists who make the journey across the harsh desert landscape simply stand in awe at its edge, watching flames dance across a cavern that has been burning continuously for over 50 years. This fiery pit, 230 feet wide and reaching temperatures above 1,000 degrees Celsius, wasn't created by nature, but it wasn't exactly planned by humans either. It's the result of a Soviet engineering accident that transformed an underground cavern into what might be the world's most dramatic ecological disaster cleanup operation. The story of the door to hell begins in 1971, when the area was part of the Soviet Union. Soviet geologists came to this remote desert region prospecting for natural gas deposits, which were abundant throughout Turkmenistan. The country sits on some of the world's largest reserves of natural gas, with the Karakum Desert concealing vast pockets of this valuable resource beneath its barren surface. When the Soviet exploration team began drilling at the site, they struck a large underground natural gas cavern. But they didn't just find gas, they found disaster. Without warning, the ground beneath their drilling rig collapsed, taking their equipment with it and creating a massive crater. Fortunately, no lives were lost in the initial collapse, but the geologists faced an immediate environmental crisis. Massive amounts of methane gas, a potent greenhouse gas that is also highly flammable, began leaking from the crater into the atmosphere. Methane is not only environmentally damaging, but also toxic to people and animals in the vicinity. Nearby desert nomadic communities and their livestock were at risk from the invisible, odorless gas seeping across the landscape. The geologists needed to act quickly. After assessing the situation, they made a fateful decision that would transform the site forever. They decided to light the gas on fire. The reasoning was sound. Burning the methane would convert it to carbon dioxide and water, which, while still not ideal for the environment, are less harmful than raw methane. They estimated the gas would burn itself out in a few weeks. They were wrong, very wrong. More than 50 years later, the flames continue to burn just as fiercely as the day they were ignited. What the Soviet scientists hadn't correctly assessed was the truly enormous size of the gas reserve feeding the crater. Rather than depleting in weeks, the subterranean chambers contained enough natural gas to fuel a fire for decades, and potentially centuries to come. The door to hell creates a surreal landscape, particularly at night when its orange glow can be seen from miles away across the flat desert terrain. The crater measures roughly 70 meters in diameter and 20 meters deep. Inside this pit, hundreds of smaller fires burn simultaneously, creating a mesmerizing inferno that roars continuously. The ground around the crater is blackened and cracked from the intense heat, and visitors can feel the warmth radiating from the pit, even when standing several dozen feet from its edge. What makes the Darvaza crater particularly fascinating is not just its visual spectacle, but the scientific questions it raises. The crater has been burning continuously without any additional fuel being added, just the natural gas that continues to seep from the earth. This raises questions about just how much natural gas might be trapped beneath the Karakum Desert and how long such reserves could last. Some experts estimate that at current consumption rates, Turkmenistan's proven gas reserves would last over 300 years. The never-ending flames of the door to hell suggest these estimates might be conservative. The crater also presents an interesting case study in environmental impact. The original decision to ignite the gas was made as an environmental protection measure to prevent the release of methane. Yet the burning itself has released carbon dioxide continuously for decades. This creates a complex environmental calculus, while preventing the more potent greenhouse gas methane from entering the atmosphere. The burning has generated a significant, though lesser, climate impact through carbon dioxide emissions. Scientists estimate that the crater releases thousands of cubic meters of gas every day. The Turkmenistan government has had a complicated relationship with the door to hell. For many years, it was largely ignored by authorities, existing as a bizarre footnote in Soviet scientific history. The remote location, requiring a 3-hour drive through desert terrain from the nearest town of Darvaza, kept it off most tourist maps. Former Turkmenistan President Saparmurat Niyazov actually ordered the crater to be closed and hidden from view during his rule, embarrassed by this fiery reminder of Soviet-era mismanagement. However, as knowledge of the crater spread internationally, primarily through photographs shared online, attitudes began to shift. The current government has recognized its potential as a tourist attraction. In 2010, President Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedow visited the site and ordered experts to find ways to limit its negative effects on the development of nearby gas fields. Yet he stopped short of ordering it extinguished, perhaps recognizing its growing value as a tourist destination. Indeed, tourism to the door to hell has increased significantly in recent years, with adventure travelers making the difficult journey across the desert to camp near the crater and witness its otherworldly glow after sunset. Tour companies now offer excursions from Ashgabat, typically involving off-road vehicles and overnight desert camping. For many visitors, standing at the edge of this massive burning pit, feeling its heat on their faces, and listening to the constant roar of its flames, creates an unforgettable experience unlike any other natural or man-made wonder on Earth. The site has also attracted scientific interest. In 2013, Canadian explorer George Couronnes became the first person to descend into the crater, wearing a heat-resistant suit and breathing apparatus. His expedition, partly funded by National Geographic, aimed to collect soil samples from the bottom of the crater to test for extremophile microorganisms, life forms that can survive in extreme environments. Remarkably, Couronnes and his team did discover bacteria living at the bottom of the crater despite the intense heat, adding the door to hell to the list of extreme environments where life has been found on Earth. These findings have implications for astrobiology, contributing to our understanding of how life might survive in harsh environments on other planets. The future of the door to hell remains uncertain. The Turkmenistan government periodically announces plans to extinguish the flames, both for safety reasons and to capture the valuable natural gas resource it represents. The country's economy is heavily dependent on natural gas exports, and the continuous burning represents a literal burning of potential national income. Engineers have proposed various methods to extinguish the fire, from smothering it with sand to drilling relief wells to redirect the gas flow. However, the technical challenges are substantial, and so far, no serious attempt has been made. Some experts believe that attempting to extinguish the fire might actually create more problems than it solves. If the flames were put out without properly capping the gas source, methane would once again begin pouring into the atmosphere. Additionally, the risk of the gas reigniting in an uncontrolled manner could pose significant dangers to anyone working at the site. After 50 years of continuous burning, the surrounding rock structure has likely been altered by the heat, potentially creating instabilities that could complicate any intervention. Environmental scientists continue to monitor the crater for its impact on local ecosystems. While the immediate area around the pit is devoid of life due to the extreme heat, the wider effects on desert wildlife and air quality remain topics of ongoing research. The crater's isolated location in the midst of a sparsely populated desert has limited its direct human impact, but its contribution to greenhouse gas emissions is not insignificant on a global scale. Perhaps what's most compelling about the door to hell is what it represents: a human mistake transformed into an awe-inspiring phenomenon that has lasted generations. It stands as a powerful symbol of both human ingenuity in addressing an immediate crisis and our inability to fully control the natural forces we unleash. The decision made in a moment of emergency by Soviet scientists has created a landmark that may burn for centuries, long outlasting those who ignited it. For visitors who make the journey across the harsh desert, standing at the rim of this inferno as night falls across the Karakum, the experience is often described as transformative. The contrast between the dark, still desert and the roaring, light-filled crater creates a scene of primordial power. It's easy to understand why local folklore quickly embraced supernatural explanations for this phenomenon. It truly does appear as a gateway to some underworld, a place where the thin crust of our planet has been peeled back to reveal the hellish fires many cultures have imagined exist below. The door to hell remains one of Earth's most bizarre landmarks, part ecological disaster, part tourist attraction, part scientific curiosity. It continues to burn day and night in its remote desert location, a fiery beacon visible from space, and a testament to how human actions can transform landscapes in ways we never intended and cannot easily reverse. Whether it will burn for another 50 years or another 500 remains one of the many unanswered questions surrounding this remarkable accident turned eternal flame. Lake Natron stretches across the northern landscape of Tanzania like an alien world misplaced on Earth, a body of water so hostile to life that it transforms living creatures into stone-like monuments of their former selves. This is not some ancient legend or folklore passed down through generations, but a very real place with properties so unusual that scientists continue to study its bizarre characteristics. The waters of Lake Natron shine with an otherworldly crimson hue, sometimes appearing blood red, other times taking on shades of bright orange or deep pink depending on the season and lighting. From above, it resembles a massive wound cutting across the African landscape, a sight so striking that it seems almost deliberately designed to warn of danger. And dangerous it certainly is. What makes Lake Natron so deadly is its extreme alkalinity. The water here can reach a pH of up to 11 on the scale, making it nearly as caustic as ammonia. For comparison, our human blood has a pH of about 7.4, and even small deviations from this can be fatal to us. Lake Natron's waters are so alkaline that they can burn the skin and eyes of animals that aren't specifically adapted to these conditions. It's as if nature created a moat of acid to protect something precious, or perhaps to contain something dangerous. The source of this extreme chemistry lies beneath the surface, quite literally. Lake Natron sits in the East African Rift Valley, an area of intense geological activity. Nearby looms the active volcano Al Doinio Lengai, known to the local Maasai people as the Mountain of God. This volcano is unique because it's the only one in the world that erupts natricarbonatite lava, which is rich in sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate rather than silica. When this unusual volcanic ash mixes with the water, it creates sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate, essentially the same compounds found in baking soda and washing soda. As if deadly alkalinity weren't enough, Lake Natron has another lethal characteristic: its temperature. The shallow lake can reach temperatures of up to 60 degrees Celsius, hot enough to cause degree burns on human skin. Between the scorching heat and the caustic chemicals, it's a wonder anything survives here at all. And yet, remarkably, life finds a way, even in this seemingly hostile environment. Despite its deadly properties, Lake Natron is home to one of the most spectacular gatherings of lesser flamingos in the world. These vibrant pink birds have evolved specialized features that allow them to thrive where other creatures perish. Their legs have tough, scale-like skin resistant to the caustic water, and they feed on the spirulina algae that flourishes in the lake's unique chemical composition. When viewed from above, the lake sometimes appears to be ringed with pink fire as millions of flamingos gather along its shores. But it's not the living creatures of Lake Natron that have captured the world's imagination. It's what happens to those unfortunate enough to die in its waters. When birds or bats or insects make the fatal mistake of landing on or diving into Lake Natron, the high concentration of minerals in the water begins to calcify their bodies almost immediately. The sodium carbonate deposits begin to replace the soft tissues, while preserving the hard bones and outer coverings, creating perfect stone replicas of the creatures in the exact positions they held at the moment of death. Photographer Nick Brandt brought international attention to this phenomenon with his series of haunting images titled "Across the Ravaged Land." Brandt didn't simply photograph the calcified animals as he found them. He collected the naturally preserved specimens, positioned them as if they were still alive, and photographed them against the stark landscape of Lake Natron. The resulting images are both beautiful and disturbing: birds frozen in flight, a bat with wings still outstretched, all transformed into ashen statues of themselves. Some have called Lake Natron a modern Medusa, referring to the creature from Greek mythology who could turn people to stone with a single glance. The comparison is apt, but the science behind the petrification is even more fascinating than the myth. The high evaporation rate of the lake concentrates its mineral content to extreme levels. When animals die in these mineral-rich waters, the sodium carbonate quickly permeates their bodies, essentially mummifying them from the inside out. The result is not technically stone, but a kind of mineral preservation that makes the creatures appear as if they've been carved from rock. What makes this phenomenon even more eerie is that many of these creatures appear to have died suddenly, with no obvious signs of distress or struggle. Birds are found in landing or diving positions. Insects seem to have simply stopped mid-flight. This has led to speculation that something in the lake might temporarily immobilize creatures that come into contact with it, though scientists believe the more likely explanation is that the extreme conditions of the lake overwhelm these animals so quickly that they have no time to react before succumbing. The mystery deepens when we consider that Lake Natron is not entirely unique. Similar alkaline lakes exist elsewhere in the Rift Valley, such as Lake Magadi in Kenya, yet none have quite the same petrifying effect on wildlife. What specific combination of minerals, temperature, and environmental factors gives Lake Natron its unique ability to transform life into stone-like monuments? Scientists continue to study these questions, drawn to the lake's bizarre properties, just as unwitting animals are drawn to its deceptively beautiful surface. Local legends surrounding the lake add another layer to its mystique. Some traditional stories warn that evil spirits inhabit the waters, punishing those who approach too closely by turning them to stone. While we now understand the chemical processes behind the calcification, it's easy to see how such beliefs might have developed among people witnessing the lake's effects on wildlife. The boundary between scientific explanation and supernatural wonder feels particularly thin at Lake Natron. The lake also serves as a stark reminder of how environments that appear completely hostile to life can become specialized niches for adapted organisms. While most creatures meet a grim fate in its waters, Lake Natron remains one of the most important breeding grounds for lesser flamingos, with up to 2.5 million birds, 75% of the world's population, gathering there to breed on the small islands of salt that form in the lake. These islands provide protection from predators that cannot cross the caustic waters, creating a deadly moat that actually helps preserve this species. Climate change and human development now threaten this delicate ecosystem. Proposed soda ash mining operations could disrupt the precise chemical balance that, while deadly to most life, has created this unique environment. Conservation efforts focus on protecting not just the flamingos, but the entire bizarre ecosystem that has evolved around this strange lake. Lake Natron represents one of those rare places on Earth where reality seems more fantastical than fiction. A blood-red lake that turns animals to stone would seem at home in a fairy tale or horror story. yet it exists just as described, challenging our understanding of the extremes in which life can exist. It reminds us that our planet still holds mysteries and phenomena that defy our everyday expectations of how nature works. Scientists continue to study Lake Natron not just for its unusual properties, but because environments like this might provide clues about how life could exist on other planets with seemingly hostile conditions. If flamingos can thrive in what amounts to a caustic, scalding bath of chemicals, what other adaptations might be possible in the far reaches of our universe? As the sun sets over Lake Natron, its surface transforms into a mirror of crimson and gold, reflecting the African sky in distorted waves of color. It's beautiful, deadly, and utterly unique, a place where nature's extremes create both destruction and specialized life in equal measure. The lake that turns animals to stone stands as a reminder that our world still harbors places of wonder and mystery, where the boundaries between science and seeming magic blur into something altogether extraordinary. Deep in the heart of Venezuela, where the Catatumbo River meets Lake Maracaibo, one of the most spectacular and enduring natural phenomena on Earth takes place night after night. It's a lightning storm so reliable, so persistent, that for centuries it has served as a natural lighthouse for sailors and continues to baffle scientists who study it. This is the Catatumbo lightning, often called the never-ending storm or the everlasting lightning storm, a weather phenomenon so consistent that you could almost set your watch by it. Imagine standing on the shores of Lake Maracaibo as darkness falls. The air is heavy with humidity, the day's heat still lingering as the sun disappears beyond the horizon. Then it begins, a distant flash illuminating the gathering clouds. Within minutes, the night sky erupts into a spectacular light show as bolt after bolt of lightning tears through the clouds. This isn't just any lightning storm. It's a relentless barrage that will continue for up to 10 hours, producing an average of 280 lightning strikes every hour. On particularly active nights, observers have counted up to 28 lightning bolts per minute. That's nearly one flash every 2 seconds, continuing hour after hour, night after night, for up to 160 nights per year. What makes the Catatumbo lightning truly extraordinary isn't just its intensity, but its remarkable consistency. This isn't a seasonal occurrence or an occasional weather event. It's a phenomenon that has been documented for centuries, possibly even millennia. The earliest written record comes from the poem La Dragontia by Spanish poet Lope de Vega in 1597, where he describes how the lightning helped thwart an attack by the English privateer Sir Francis Drake by revealing his ships approaching under cover of darkness. The indigenous Wari people who inhabited the region long before European contact called it Ribaba, the river of fire. Their legends describe the lightning as the spirits of their ancestors watching over their lands from the sky. For generations of fishermen and sailors, the lightning has served as a natural beacon, earning it the nickname, the Maracaibo Lighthouse, guiding ships safely through the night when all other navigational aids failed. The science behind this persistent lightning storm involves a unique combination of geography, wind patterns, and atmospheric conditions that create the perfect storm, quite literally. Lake Maracaibo is the largest lake in South America, surrounded by the Andes Mountains that form a natural basin. During the day, the sun heats the lake's surface, causing significant evaporation and creating warm, moist air that rises into the atmosphere. Meanwhile, cool air from the mountain ranges flows downward, creating a collision of air masses. As night falls, this warm, moisture-laden air from the lake collides with the cool mountain air, forming cumulonimbus clouds, the towering thunderclouds associated with electrical storms. The unique topology of the region essentially creates a natural chimney effect, forcing these storm clouds higher into the atmosphere, where the temperature difference between the upper and lower portions of the clouds becomes more extreme. This temperature differential, combined with differing concentrations of ice crystals and water droplets within the clouds, creates the perfect conditions for massive electrical charges to build up. But these factors alone don't fully explain why the Catatumbo lightning is so consistent and long-lasting. Scientists believe that another crucial element is the presence of methane rising from the oil deposits beneath Lake Maracaibo. Venezuela sits atop some of the world's largest oil reserves, and natural methane seepage from these deposits may contribute to the atmospheric conditions that make the lightning so persistent. The methane creates a layer of gas above the lake that enhances the conductivity of the lower atmosphere, potentially making it easier for lightning to form and sustain itself. What's particularly fascinating about the Catatumbo lightning is that it doesn't just produce ordinary lightning. It generates an unusual amount of what scientists call hot lightning. This type of lightning is more powerful and longer lasting than typical lightning bolts. It creates not just visible light, but also significant radio noise, which can be detected hundreds of miles away. The lightning storm produces so much electromagnetic activity that it has been known to interfere with radio communications and other electronic equipment in the region. The Catatumbo lightning isn't just a spectacular natural light show. It plays a crucial role in our planet's atmospheric chemistry. Lightning storms like this generate significant amounts of ozone and help replenish this protective layer in our upper atmosphere. In fact, the Catatumbo lightning phenomenon is estimated to generate approximately 10% of the Earth's ozone. This makes it not just a local curiosity, but a globally significant weather event that contributes to the health of our planet's atmosphere. Despite its centuries-long documented history, the Catatumbo lightning does occasionally pause. In 2010, the lightning stopped completely for several weeks, causing concern among scientists and locals alike. This unprecedented interruption was attributed to a severe drought caused by the El Niño weather pattern. When the rains finally returned, so did the lightning, much to everyone's relief. This brief interruption provided scientists with valuable insights into the conditions necessary for the phenomenon to occur and highlighted just how sensitive these natural systems can be to climate changes. Local communities have built their culture and economy around this unique phenomenon. The lightning storm has become a significant tourist attraction, drawing visitors from around the world who camp along the shores of Lake Maracaibo hopping to witness the extraordinary display. Tour operators offer nighttime boat excursions into the heart of the storm, where visitors can experience the lightning from directly underneath. A thrilling, if somewhat dangerous adventure that offers perspectives few other natural wonders can match. The cultural significance of the Catatumbo lightning runs deep in Venezuelan identity. It appears on the flag and coat of arms of Zulia State, where Lake Maracaibo is located. Local legends and folklore are rich with stories about the lightning's origins and meaning. Some tales suggest that the lightning is a manifestation of the spirits of indigenous warriors who died resisting colonial invasion. Others claim it represents the eternal fire of creation, continuously renewing the world through its energy. Scientists continue to study the Catatumbo lightning, hoping to unlock all its mysteries. Advanced weather monitoring equipment has been installed around Lake Maracaibo to measure everything from atmospheric pressure and humidity to the exact electrical charge of each lightning bolt. Researchers are particularly interested in understanding how climate change might affect this phenomenon in the future. As global weather patterns shift, will the Catatumbo lightning remain as consistent as it has been for centuries, or could it eventually fade away? The lightning has already shown signs of change. Some studies suggest that the pattern and frequency of the lightning have altered slightly over recent decades. While still impressively consistent, researchers have noticed subtle shifts in timing and intensity that may correlate with broader climate trends. This makes the Catatumbo lightning not just a spectacular weather event, but potentially an important indicator of global climate health, a natural barometer for measuring changes in our atmosphere. What remains most remarkable about the Catatumbo lightning is its combination of intensity, beauty, and longevity. In a world where weather is typically unpredictable and transient, this phenomenon stands as a rare constant, a dependable spectacle that has illuminated the same patch of Earth since before human history was recorded. It represents nature at its most dramatic and mysterious, a reminder that our planet still holds wonders that defy simple explanation and continue to inspire both scientific inquiry and cultural reverence. As night falls over Lake Maracaibo tonight, just as it has for countless nights before, the skies will erupt with brilliant flashes, illuminating the water below and the clouds above in a spectacular demonstration of natural power. The Catatumbo lightning continues its ancient performance, a never-ending storm that has become both a scientific puzzle and a wonder of our world. A reminder that some of Earth's greatest mysteries are those that happen right before our eyes, night after night, century after century. Nestled deep within the Nahanni National Park Reserve in Canada's Northwest Territories lies a place so shrouded in mystery and macabre history that its very name sends shivers down the spine of those familiar with its legends. The Nahanni Valley, more infamously known as the Valley of Headless Men, has been the site of unexplained disappearances, grisly discoveries, and persistent legends for over a century. This remote wilderness area, with its towering mountains, thundering waterfalls, and labyrinthine cave systems, seems to swallow travelers whole, sometimes returning only their headless bodies, if they're returned at all. The Nahanni Valley stretches across 4,700 square miles of wilderness, much of it virtually unexplored even today. The South Nahanni River cuts through limestone gorges, creating massive canyons with walls rising up to 4,000 feet high. The centerpiece of this wild landscape is Virginia Falls, a waterfall twice the height of Niagara that crashes down with such force that it creates a permanent mist visible for miles. It's a place of undeniable beauty, but beauty tinged with a sense of danger and foreboding that even modern visitors can't shake. Long before European explorers ventured into this territory, the indigenous Dene people avoided the valley, calling it the Valley of the Headless Men. According to their oral traditions, a tribe of giant, supernatural beings known as the Naka made their home in the hidden valleys and caves of the region. These creatures were said to be hostile to humans, decapitating any who ventured into their territory. The Dene people respected these boundaries and warned others to do the same, considering the entire area taboo. Was this simply a cultural myth designed to keep people away from dangerous terrain, or was it based on real experiences that had been passed down through generations? The modern mystery of the Nahanni Valley began in 1908, when two brothers, Willie and Frank McLeod, set out to seek their fortune in the area after hearing rumors of gold deposits. The brothers were experienced prospectors who had successfully navigated other challenging wilderness regions. They were well-equipped and knowledgeable about survival in harsh conditions. By all accounts, they should have returned from their expedition if anyone could, but they never did. 2 years later, in 1910, a search party made a grisly discovery along the banks of the Nahanni River: the decapitated bodies of the McLeod brothers. Their heads were never found. The official explanation was that they had been killed by indigenous people, but the local Dene tribes denied any involvement and pointed to their own centuries-old warnings about the valley. They had tried to prevent exactly this kind of tragedy by keeping people away from the area. The mystery deepened when investigators could find no evidence of human confrontation, no bullet wounds, no signs of struggle with human assailants. This was just the beginning. In the decades that followed, more than 40 people are said to have disappeared in the Nahanni Valley. Some were found headless, some were never found at all. In 1917, the body of Swiss prospector Martin Jorgensen was discovered, burned and headless. In 1945, a miner from Ontario was found dead in his sleeping bag, his head severed from his body with surgical precision. There was no blood at the scene, suggesting he had been killed elsewhere and placed there. In 1962, 3 separate travelers vanished without a trace while exploring different parts of the valley. The pattern of disappearances has continued into modern times, though thankfully with less frequency. In 1987, an experienced backpacking couple from California disappeared during what was supposed to be a 2-week trek through the region. Despite an extensive search involving helicopters and dozens of rescuers, no trace of them was ever found. Not their equipment, not their remains, nothing. It was as if the valley had simply swallowed them whole. Theories about what might be behind these disappearances range from the mundane to the fantastical. Some propose practical explanations, suggesting that the extreme wilderness conditions are simply more than most travelers can handle. The Nahanni Valley contains treacherous rapids, unexpected flooding, steep canyon walls prone to landslides, and winter temperatures that can plunge to 50 degrees below zero. Perhaps the headless bodies are the result of animal scavenging after accidental deaths, with predators carrying away the heads. Bears, wolves, and other large predators are common in the region and have been known to dismember human remains. Others point to possible human causes. During the Klondike Gold Rush and subsequent mineral booms, the remote valley attracted not just legitimate prospectors, but also criminals fleeing the law. Perhaps some of these unsavory characters turned to murder and robbery, preying on lone miners who might be carrying gold or supplies. The decapitations could have been a warning to others to stay away from claimed territory. But these conventional explanations don't satisfy everyone, particularly given the consistency of the pattern over more than a century and the strange precision of the decapitations noted in official reports. This has led to more unusual theories. Some believe that a lost tribe or undiscovered indigenous group might still inhabit the most remote recesses of the valley, protecting their territory from outsiders. Others suggest that the valley might be home to an unknown predator, a cryptid or undiscovered species specially adapted to this isolated ecosystem. The geology of the region adds another layer of mystery. The Nahanni Valley contains extensive cave systems, some of which remain unmapped. The area also features several hot springs and areas of geothermal activity, including a location known as Headless Creek, near where some of the bodies were found. These hot springs release various gases, some of which, like hydrogen sulfide, can be toxic in high concentrations. Could natural gas emissions be causing hallucinations or disorientation that leads to fatal accidents? Might they even explain some of the more fantastical reports from survivors who claim to have seen strange figures or experienced lost time while in the valley? One of the most unusual aspects of the Nahanni Valley is the presence of tropical plant species and reports of warm microclimate zones in an otherwise subarctic region. Some areas within the valley maintain temperatures well above the surrounding territory even during harsh winters. Tropical ferns and plant species that shouldn't be able to survive in northern Canada have been documented growing near the hot springs. This unusual ecosystem has led to speculation about whether the valley might be home to other anomalies, perhaps even biological ones that could explain some of the deaths. Modern adventurers who brave the Nahanni Valley often report strange experiences even when they return safely. Many describe an overwhelming sense of being watched. Electronic equipment frequently malfunctions in certain areas of the valley. Compasses spin unpredictably, possibly due to magnetic anomalies in the rock formations. Experienced guides speak of sudden weather changes that seem to target specific groups, clearing up as soon as the travelers leave particular areas. These accounts, while not as dramatic as headless corpses, add to the valley's reputation as a place where normal rules don't quite apply. The Canadian government established Nahanni National Park Reserve in 1976, partly to preserve the unique ecosystem and partly, some say, to better monitor access to the area and reduce disappearances by requiring registration and defined travel routes. Since the park's establishment, disappearances have indeed decreased, but they haven't stopped entirely. Park rangers regularly have to rescue lost or stranded visitors, and occasionally search for those who never return from side trips off the approved paths. What makes the Valley of Headless Men particularly chilling is not just the gruesome nature of the discoveries, but the fact that many of the disappearances remain completely unexplained. In several cases, experienced outdoorsmen vanished while their less experienced companions survived, unable to explain what happened. Groups have been known to lose members in broad daylight, on clear days, without any sound or struggle. One moment they were there, the next they were gone. Scientists continue to study the unique properties of this valley. Geologists are particularly interested in the extensive cave systems, some of which might connect to undiscovered underground networks. Biologists study the unusual microclimate zones and their isolated ecosystems, but none of these scientific inquiries has yet provided a comprehensive explanation for the century of strange events and disappearances. Perhaps the truth of the Nahanni Valley lies not in a single explanation, but in a combination of factors: treacherous terrain, unusual geological features, extreme isolation, and the psychological impact of entering a place so steeped in ominous legend. When humans venture into genuinely wild places, places where nature remains untamed and unconcerned with our survival, perhaps we brush up against realities we aren't equipped to fully understand or document. The Valley of Headless Men stands as a reminder that even in our modern, mapped and monitored world, there remain places where mystery still reigns supreme, where disappearances go unsolved, and where ancient warnings might still deserve our respect. As darkness falls over the towering canyons and misty valleys of Nahanni, the line between natural danger and supernatural threat seems to blur, and the distinction matters little to those who never return to tell their tales. Beneath the churning waters off the western coast of India lies what some believe to be one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the century: the submerged remains of an ancient city. Located near the modern town of Dwarka in the state of Gujarat, this underwater site has sparked intense debate in the archaeological community and captured the imagination of millions. Could these stone structures, now home to fish and covered in marine growth, be the legendary city of Dwarka described in ancient Hindu texts? And if so, what does this tell us about the accuracy of myths we've long dismissed as mere stories? The underwater structures were first discovered in earnest in 2001, when India's National Institute of Ocean Technology was conducting a survey of pollution in the Gulf of Cambay. Using sonar equipment, they detected unexpected patterns on the seafloor. Further investigation revealed sandstone walls, grid-like street patterns, and what appeared to be the remains of a massive ancient settlement spread across 5 square miles of seabed. The discovery immediately captured attention because of its potential connection to one of India's most important ancient texts. According to the Mahabharata, one of Hinduism's great epics believed to have been written between the 5th and 3rd centuries BCE, Lord Krishna established his kingdom in a magnificent city called Dwarka. The text describes a prosperous urban center with elaborate architecture, planned streets, and grand buildings. Most intriguingly, the Mahabharata claims that after Krishna's death, the city was swallowed by the sea. For centuries, this account was considered purely mythological, the story of a god and his divine city, not a historical record of real events. The underwater discovery challenged this assumption. The underwater city lies between 20 and 40 meters below the surface, about half a mile from the shore of modern Dwarka. Archaeological exploration of the site has recovered numerous artifacts, including pottery, sculpture fragments, beads, and what appear to be construction materials. Some of the recovered items have been carbon dated to approximately 3,500 years old, placing the submerged settlement firmly in the time period when the mythological Dwarka would have existed according to traditional Hindu chronology. What makes this discovery particularly significant is that it represents one of those rare instances where archaeological evidence appears to align with ancient texts previously dismissed as pure mythology. Throughout history, many legendary places mentioned in ancient literature were eventually discovered by archaeologists. Heinrich Schliemann's discovery of Troy, based on Homer's Iliad, being perhaps the most famous example. Could the underwater city off Gujarat be another instance, where myth contained more historical truth than we initially recognized? The layout of the underwater structures is particularly intriguing. Marine archaeologists have identified what appear to be the remains of a well-planned urban center with straight streets meeting at right angles, suggesting advanced city planning. Some of the stone blocks used in construction are massive, weighing several tons, indicating sophisticated engineering knowledge. The city appears to have been built in at least 7 layers, suggesting a long period of continuous habitation and development. But not all archaeologists are convinced that the underwater structures represent the legendary city of Krishna. Some point out that during the Ice Age, sea levels were much lower than they are today. As the ice melted and sea levels rose, many coastal settlements around the world were submerged. The underwater ruins could simply be an ordinary ancient port city that suffered this fate, rather than the mythological Dwarka. Skeptics also note that the connection to Krishna remains speculative, without more definitive evidence linking the site to the specific descriptions in the Mahabharata. One of the most compelling aspects of the discovery is the evidence it provides for advanced ancient maritime activities in the region. The location of the city, now underwater but once presumably on the coast, would have made it an ideal port for trade with Mesopotamia, Egypt, and other contemporary civilizations. Some of the recovered artifacts show similarities to those found in these distant cultures, suggesting extensive trade networks. If this was indeed Dwarka, it would confirm the Mahabharata's descriptions of a wealthy maritime power engaged in international commerce. The underwater site has become a focal point in the ongoing debate about how historians should treat ancient texts that blend history with mythology. Traditional approaches have often dismissed such texts entirely when they contain supernatural elements. But discoveries like the underwater city suggest a more nuanced approach might be necessary. Perhaps these texts preserve genuine historical memories, albeit wrapped in layers of myth and religious significance that accumulated over centuries of oral transmission before being written down. What's particularly fascinating about the potential discovery of Dwarka is the text-specific mention of the city being reclaimed by the sea. According to the Mahabharata, after Krishna's departure from Earth, the sea level rose and gradually submerged the city over a period of 7 days, giving most residents time to evacuate. Geological evidence does show that sea levels have risen significantly along the Gujarat coast over the past several thousand years, though not as dramatically or quickly as the 7-day submergence described in the text. Marine archaeologists face enormous challenges when investigating the site. Underwater archaeology is always more difficult than land-based excavation, but in this case, the challenges are multiplied by strong currents, poor visibility, and the sheer size of the area. The stone structures are also heavily encrusted with marine growth and partially buried under sediment, making detailed examination extremely challenging. Despite these obstacles, researchers have managed to document significant portions of the site and recover hundreds of artifacts for analysis. Some of the most intriguing findings include what appear to be pieces of ancient anchors, suggesting that the city was indeed a significant port. Researchers have also discovered what they believe to be religious artifacts, including stone sculptures that show similarities to early Hindu iconography. If authenticated and definitively linked to the site, these could strengthen the connection to the legendary Dwarka. the dating of the site remains somewhat controversial. While some of the artifacts have been carbon dated to about 1500 BCE, other researchers suggest the structures could be even older. Some proponents of alternative historical theories have claimed dates as early as 9000 BCE, which would make the site contemporaneous with the end of the last ice age and far older than conventional understanding of Indian urban civilization. However, mainstream archaeologists generally reject these earlier dates, pointing to methodological problems with the testing or interpretation. Beyond the question of whether this is the legendary Dwarka lies a broader mystery. What caused the city to be abandoned and submerged? If we accept the more conventional dating of around 1500 BCE, this predates any known tsunami or sudden geological event in the region that could explain a rapid submergence. More likely explanations include gradual sea level rise, coastal erosion, or a combination of these factors along with possible tectonic activity that caused the land to sink. The discovery has profound implications for our understanding of ancient Indian civilization, regardless of its exact identity. Until relatively recently, the earliest known cities on the Indian subcontinent were thought to be those of the Indus Valley civilization, such as Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, which reached their peak around 2500 BCE. If the underwater city was indeed occupied around 1500 BCE or earlier, it would help fill a gap in our understanding of Indian urban development between the decline of the Indus Valley civilization and the later historical periods. For many Hindus, the discovery holds deep religious and cultural significance. Dwarka is one of the 7 sacred cities of Hinduism and an important pilgrimage site. The modern town of Dwarka, near where the underwater structures were found, is home to the Dwarkadhish temple, believed to have been originally established by Krishna's grandson. The possibility that the underwater ruins might confirm elements of the ancient texts is seen by some as validation of Hindu cultural heritage and historical narratives. Archaeological work continues at the site, though progress is slow due to the challenges of underwater excavation and limited funding. Researchers hope that advances in underwater archaeological techniques, including better imaging technology and more sophisticated dating methods, will help resolve some of the ongoing questions about the site's age, extent, and cultural affiliations. The underwater city off India's coast remains one of the world's most tantalizing archaeological mysteries, a place where science, mythology, and cultural identity converge beneath the waves. Whether it proves to be the legendary Dwarka of Lord Krishna or another previously unknown ancient settlement, it represents a remarkable window into an ancient maritime civilization that flourished thousands of years ago on what is now the seafloor. As marine archaeologists continue their painstaking work, piecing together the clues hidden beneath the Arabian Sea, we may yet discover that this sunken city holds answers to questions about our past that we have only just begun to ask. In the shifting sands of the ocean floor, where currents constantly reshape the remains of this once great city, we are reminded of how fragile even the mightiest human accomplishments can be in the face of natural forces. And perhaps more importantly, we're reminded that sometimes the stories our ancestors passed down through generations, tales we too quickly dismissed as fantasy, might contain more historical truth than we ever imagined. Off the coast of North Bimini Island in the Bahamas, beneath the crystal-clear waters of the Atlantic Ocean, lies one of the most controversial underwater discoveries of the 20th century. The Bimini Road, sometimes called the Bimini Wall, stretches across the sandy ocean floor like a mysterious highway to nowhere. This unusual formation consists of a half-mile-long path of limestone blocks, seemingly arranged in an organized pattern that has puzzled researchers since its discovery in 1968. When underwater archaeologist J. Manson Valentine first spotted these strange stone formations while flying over the area, he couldn't believe his eyes. What appeared below him was a perfectly straight line of rectangular stones, each carefully placed next to the other, creating what looked like an ancient submerged roadway. Upon closer inspection by divers, the formation became even more puzzling. The stones were massive, each weighing several tons, and they seemed to be deliberately cut into uniform rectangular shapes. The most intriguing aspect of the Bimini Road isn't just its existence, but the eerie precision with which the stones appear to be arranged. Many blocks fit together like an ancient jigsaw puzzle, with right angles and seemingly intentional placement. Some stones even appear to rest on smaller supporting rocks, as if carefully propped up by human hands. It's this appearance of deliberate construction that has fueled decades of speculation about the origin of this submerged pathway. What makes the Bimini Road particularly mysterious is its location. The formation sits in relatively shallow water, just 15 to 20 feet beneath the surface, suggesting that whatever this structure might be, it would have been above water at some point in human history. Sea levels in this region were significantly lower during the last ice age, meaning that the area where the Bimini Road now rests would have been dry land approximately 10,000 years ago. This timeline presents a fundamental problem for conventional archaeology. According to mainstream historical understanding, no advanced civilization capable of large-scale stone construction existed in the Americas that far back in time. The earliest known advanced civilizations in the region, such as the Maya, didn't develop sophisticated stone architecture until thousands of years later. If the Bimini Road is indeed an artificial structure built when the area was above water, it would dramatically rewrite our understanding of human history in the Western Hemisphere. Adding a layer of mystique to the Bimini Road is its connection to one of history's most famous psychics, Edgar Cayce. In the 1930s, decades before the discovery of the formation, Cayce made a series of predictions about the lost continent of Atlantis. Among these predictions was a specific claim that evidence of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. When the Bimini Road was discovered in 1968, many saw this as the fulfillment of Cayce's prophecy and evidence that the formation might be a remnant of the legendary lost civilization. The notion that the Bimini Road could be connected to Atlantis has captured the imagination of researchers and enthusiasts alike. According to Plato's descriptions, Atlantis was an advanced civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune. Could the Bimini Road be part of a harbor, a ceremonial pathway, or even the famed concentric rings that Plato described surrounding the capital city of Atlantis? Those who believe in the Atlantis connection suggest that the road might be part of a much larger complex, most of which remains buried beneath the sand or lost to the sea. But not everyone is convinced that the Bimini Road represents the handiwork of an ancient civilization. Skeptical scientists have proposed more mundane explanations for the formation. The leading conventional theory suggests that the Bimini Road is nothing more than a natural formation of beach rock, a type of limestone that forms along shorelines when sand cements together due to the precipitation of calcium carbonate from seawater. Geologists point out that beach rock often forms in rectangular patterns due to natural fracturing, and that the seemingly intentional arrangement of the stones could be the result of normal geological processes. They argue that the right angles and uniform shapes observed in some of the blocks are typical features of naturally eroded limestone, and that the entire formation represents nothing more extraordinary than an ancient shoreline that has since been submerged by rising sea levels. To support this natural explanation, researchers have conducted extensive tests on samples taken from the Bimini Road. These analyses have revealed that the chemical composition of the stones matches that of naturally occurring beach rock in the region. Additionally, some studies have identified fossilized land snails embedded within the stones, suggesting that they formed through natural processes rather than being quarried and shaped by human hands. But proponents of the artificial origin theory remain unconvinced by these explanations. They point to several features that they believe cannot be explained by natural processes alone. Some of the stones appear to have been cut with remarkable precision, displaying straight edges and consistent dimensions that seem unlikely to have occurred naturally. Furthermore, certain blocks contain what look like tool marks, suggesting deliberate shaping by human hands. Another curious aspect of the Bimini Road is the presence of what some researchers describe as a second road running parallel to the main formation, as well as cross roads connecting the two. This complex arrangement, they argue, is too organized to be the result of random natural processes and instead points to intelligent design, perhaps the remnants of an ancient harbor or port facility. Archaeological divers have also reported discovering unusual artifacts in the vicinity of the Bimini Road, including what appear to be stone anchors, possibly used by ancient vessels. Some have even claimed to have found stone tools and other implements that suggest human activity in the area when it was above water. The debate over the origin of the Bimini Road is further complicated by similar underwater formations found elsewhere in the world. Off the coast of Japan, for example, lies the Anjikuni Monument, another controversial underwater structure that some believe to be the remnant of an ancient civilization. Like the Bimini Road, the Anjikuni Monument features seemingly precise angles and organized arrangements of stone that are difficult to attribute solely to natural causes. What's particularly intriguing about both the Bimini Road and similar formations around the world is their potential connection to a catastrophic global event that occurred approximately 12,000 years ago. Known as the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis, this theory suggests that Earth was struck by fragments of a comet around 10,830 BCE, causing rapid climate change, massive flooding, and potentially wiping out advanced civilizations that might have existed at that time. If this hypothesis is correct, it could explain why structures like the Bimini Road are now underwater. Rising sea levels following the end of the last ice age, possibly accelerated by the impact event, would have gradually submerged coastal settlements and structures, preserving them beneath the waves for thousands of years until their discovery in modern times. Despite decades of research and debate, the true nature of the Bimini Road remains elusive. Without more comprehensive underwater excavations and advanced geological testing, it's difficult to determine with certainty whether this enigmatic formation represents the handiwork of an unknown ancient civilization or is simply an unusual natural phenomenon that resembles human construction. What we do know is that the ocean floor contains countless unexplored mysteries, with only a fraction of the world's seabeds having been thoroughly mapped and investigated. The possibility remains that the Bimini Road is just one piece of a much larger puzzle, with additional evidence of ancient underwater structures waiting to be discovered in the depths of our oceans. As technology advances and underwater exploration becomes more sophisticated, perhaps we will one day uncover definitive evidence that settles the debate over the Bimini Road once and for all. Until then, this mysterious formation continues to challenge our understanding of human history and the capabilities of ancient civilizations, reminding us that beneath the waves may lie answers to questions we have not yet learned to ask. Nestled among the rolling landscapes of New Brunswick, Canada, about 5 miles northwest of the city of Moncton, lies one of the world's most perplexing natural phenomena. Known simply as Magnetic Hill, this unassuming stretch of road has been baffling visitors for generations with what appears to be a complete defiance of the laws of physics. Here, water seems to flow uphill, cars in neutral appear to roll upward instead of down, and the very force of gravity itself seems to operate in reverse. But what exactly is happening at Magnetic Hill? And can science explain this apparent violation of one of nature's most fundamental forces? The experience at Magnetic Hill is genuinely disorienting. Visitors are instructed to drive to the bottom of what appears to be a slight incline, put their vehicle in neutral, and release the brake. What happens next seems to defy all logic. Instead of remaining stationary or rolling backward down the slope as one would expect, vehicles begin to move forward, apparently rolling uphill at speeds reaching 5 to 7 miles per hour. The sensation is so convincing that many first-time visitors find themselves pressing hard on the brake pedal, certain that some unseen force is pulling their vehicle in an impossible direction. It's not just vehicles that demonstrate this mysterious behavior. Pour water on the road, and instead of flowing downhill as water invariably does, it appears to trickle upward. Roll a ball on the pavement and watch in amazement as it seems to violate the basic principles of gravity by rolling up rather than down. These visual contradictions have made Magnetic Hill one of Canada's most popular tourist attractions, drawing thousands of visitors each year who come to experience this apparent gravitational anomaly for themselves. The phenomenon has spawned countless theories over the decades, with early explanations focusing on the hill's name itself. Many believed that powerful magnetic forces within the hill were somehow strong enough to pull vehicles upward against the force of gravity. Others speculated about unusual mineral deposits creating a magnetic field so powerful it could affect non-ferrous objects like wooden carts and plastic water bottles, which also demonstrate the same perplexing behavior at the site. Some of the more imaginative explanations ventured into the realm of the supernatural. Local legends speak of ancient spirits that inhabit the hill, playfully pushing vehicles upward and creating a portal where the normal rules of our physical world no longer apply. Others have suggested that the area might sit atop some kind of gravitational anomaly, a rare spot on Earth where, for reasons unknown, the usual pull of gravity is somehow reversed or diminished. Modern variations of these theories include suggestions about unique electromagnetic fields, gravitational vortexes, or even the possibility that Magnetic Hill represents a thin spot between dimensions, where the physics of our universe blends with that of another. In an age of quantum mechanics and string theory, such explanations can seem almost plausible to those witnessing the hill's strange effects for the first time. But what does science have to say about Magnetic Hill? Is it truly a place where the laws of physics break down? Or is there a more conventional explanation for what visitors are experiencing? The answer, according to physicists and geologists who have studied the phenomenon, lies not in magnetism, supernatural forces, or quantum anomalies, but in a remarkably powerful optical illusion. Magnetic Hill is what scientists refer to as a gravity hill, or mystery spot, a place where the surrounding landscape creates a perfect visual deception that tricks our brains into perceiving downhill as uphill and vice versa. The illusion works because the horizon line, which our brains typically use as a reference point for determining what's level, is partially or completely obscured at Magnetic Hill. The surrounding landscape, with its rolling hills and lack of straight vertical references like trees or buildings, creates a false horizon. This altered visual context confuses our perceptual system, which relies heavily on visual cues to interpret the physical world around us. In reality, what appears to be an uphill slope at Magnetic Hill is actually a gentle downhill grade. When vehicles are placed in neutral, they roll downhill exactly as gravity dictates they should. The water flows downhill as expected, and balls roll according to the actual gradient of the terrain. But because our visual system is convinced we're looking at an uphill slope, this normal gravitational behavior seems miraculous and impossible. The power of this illusion cannot be overstated. Even when visitors are told beforehand that they're experiencing an optical illusion, the visual effect is so compelling that many refuse to believe it until they verify the true gradient with a level or other measuring device. Some visitors report feeling dizzy or disoriented when standing at Magnetic Hill, as their inner ear and balance mechanisms conflict with what their eyes are telling them about the environment. What makes Magnetic Hill particularly effective as an illusion is that it offers multiple reinforcing cues that strengthen the deception. The road itself is curved in a way that enhances the effect, and the surrounding landscape features subtle contours that all contribute to the false perception. Even the placement of trees and distant hills works to reinforce the brain's incorrect interpretation of the scene. Scientists have measured the actual gradient at Magnetic Hill and confirmed that the road has a downward slope of approximately 2.5 degrees in the direction that appears to be uphill. This is enough of an incline to cause vehicles to roll at the observed speeds, but gentle enough that, when combined with the visual illusion, our brains are easily fooled into perceiving the opposite of reality. Interestingly, Magnetic Hill is far from unique. Similar gravity hills exist around the world, from the Electric Brae in Scotland to Confusion Hill in California. Each of these locations features the same perfect storm of visual elements that create this powerful illusion, demonstrating that under the right circumstances, our highly evolved visual perception systems can be thoroughly deceived. The phenomenon of gravity hills offers fascinating insights into how our brains process visual information and construct our perception of reality. Our understanding of the physical world is not based solely on objective measurement, but is heavily influenced by contextual cues and visual references. When these cues are distorted or absent, our perception can be dramatically at odds with physical reality. Perhaps what makes Magnetic Hill and other gravity hills so captivating is not just the illusion itself, but what it reveals about human perception. In an age of scientific understanding, we like to believe that our senses provide us with reliable information about the world around us. Gravity hills remind us that this is not always the case, that our perception is constructed rather than received, and that the line between reality and illusion can be surprisingly thin. For tourists visiting Magnetic Hill, the experience remains magical regardless of the scientific explanation. There's something profoundly delightful about watching your car appear to roll uphill, defying what you know to be possible. It's a rare opportunity to experience firsthand how easily our perception can be fooled, and to momentarily inhabit a world where the impossible seems to happen before your eyes. As you stand at Magnetic Hill watching your vehicle creep apparently upward without power, the rational explanation does little to diminish the wonder of the experience. In this unassuming spot in New Brunswick, science and magic briefly seem to overlap, reminding us that the world can still surprise us, and that sometimes the most ordinary places can reveal extraordinary truths about the nature of reality and our perception of it. Deep in the west of Poland, near the small town of Gryfino, lies one of the strangest forests on Earth. At first glance, it might seem like an ordinary pine grove, but take a few steps further, and you'll discover a botanical anomaly that has baffled scientists, historians, and visitors for decades. This is the Crooked Forest, or Causeway Las in Polish, a collection of approximately 400 pine trees that defy natural growth patterns in the most bizarre and consistent way imaginable. What makes the Crooked Forest so extraordinary is the uniform nature of its deformity. Each tree begins growing from the ground with a dramatic 90-degree bend northward, continuing horizontally for 3 to 9 feet before curving upward again to reach toward the sky. The result is a forest of J-shaped trees, all bent in exactly the same direction, all displaying the same unusual curvature at precisely the same height from the ground. The uniformity is unnerving, almost artificial, suggesting a deliberate intervention rather than a natural phenomenon. The trees themselves are Pinus sylvestris, commonly known as Scots pine, a species that typically grows straight and tall throughout northern Europe. In every other respect, these are normal pine trees, approximately 80 years old, with healthy trunks, branches, and needles. It's only their bizarre shape that sets them apart from their straight-growing cousins that surround the site on all sides. The crooked specimens occupy only a small rectangular patch within a larger forest of normal trees, making the contrast even more striking. The age of the trees provides an important clue to the mystery. Dendrochronological studies indicate that these pines were planted around 1930, during a time when this region was part of Germany, not Poland. The political border shifted after World War II, placing Gryfino and its surrounding areas under Polish governance. This timing is significant because it suggests that whatever caused the tree's unusual shape occurred during a specific historical period, one marked by significant human activity and intervention in the landscape. What makes the crooked forest particularly puzzling is that the cause of the deformation is not immediately obvious from examining the trees themselves. There are no visible signs of disease or parasitic infection that might explain such consistent deformity. The soil shows no unusual chemical composition or contamination that could account for the tree's strange growth pattern. And most tellingly, the perfectly normal, straight pine trees growing just feet away from the crooked ones eliminate many environmental factors as potential explanations. Over the decades, numerous theories have been proposed to explain the crooked forest's strange appearance. The most widely accepted hypothesis suggests human intervention, specifically that the trees were deliberately bent by local farmers or foresters when they were still young saplings, somewhere between 7 and 10 years of age. At this stage of growth, pine trees are flexible enough to be shaped without breaking, yet mature enough to maintain a modified form as they continue to grow. But why would anyone intentionally create a forest of bent trees? One compelling theory relates to shipbuilding and furniture making. Naturally curved wood was highly valued in construction, as it provided preformed shapes that were stronger than pieces that had been cut and joined. The J-shaped pine trunks would have been perfect for specific components in boat building, such as keels, ribs, or frames. By manipulating young saplings, foresters could essentially grow the curved wood they needed, harvesting it decades later when the trees reached the appropriate size. This theory is supported by the region's strong shipbuilding tradition and the specific time period when the trees were planted. The early 1930s was a time of significant naval expansion in Germany, creating increased demand for specialized wood components. The consistent northward bend of the trees might have been intended to align with the natural curve needed for specific ship parts. Another possibility is that the trees were being shaped for furniture making, particularly for chairs or table legs that required sturdy curved sections. The uniformity of the bends suggests a specific intended purpose, one that would have required numerous identical components. Given the approximately 400 trees in the crooked forest, this represents a substantial planned harvest of specialty wood. But if human intervention for commercial purposes was indeed the cause, several questions remain unanswered. Why were the trees never harvested? What interrupted the foresters' plans? The most likely explanation relates to the outbreak of World War II and the subsequent border changes. The political upheaval and displacement of local German populations may have separated the trees from those who had knowledge of their intended purpose. The specialized knowledge of why these trees were bent and when they were supposed to be harvested may have been lost in the chaos of war and forced migration. Alternative theories abound, some more speculative than others. Some locals believe that heavy tanks or military vehicles drove over the young saplings during the war, bending but not breaking them. However, this fails to explain the uniform height and direction of the curves, as mechanical damage would likely produce more random results. Others have suggested unusual snow patterns, with heavy drifts weighing down the young trees in one direction. But again, the precision of the bends and their consistent height from the ground make weather-related explanations difficult to accept. Snow would not affect all trees at exactly the same height, nor would it create such sharp, unnatural-looking 90-degree angles. More exotic explanations include gravitational anomalies, magnetic field disturbances, or even extraterrestrial involvement. While these theories might capture the imagination, they lack scientific support and fail to account for why only this small stand of trees was affected, while surrounding pines grew normally. A lesser-known but intriguing hypothesis relates to an ancient Slavic pagan practice of tree shaping for religious or ceremonial purposes. Some Polish folklore traditions include rituals involving the manipulation of young trees to create sacred spaces or living monuments. However, the timing of the crooked forest's planting in the 1930s makes this explanation less likely, as such practices had largely disappeared by the modern era. One particularly practical theory suggests that the trees may have been bent to produce sleigh runners. The curved wood would have been ideal for crafting the bent portions of traditional sleds and sleighs used in snowy Eastern European winters. Given the region's climate and rural nature in the 1930s, this utilitarian purpose seems plausible, though it doesn't fully explain why the trees were abandoned before harvest. What adds to the mystery of the crooked forest is the lack of contemporary documentation. No forestry records, personal accounts, or local government documents have been discovered that directly explain the purpose behind these manipulated trees. The knowledge appears to have died with those who created them, or perhaps was intentionally kept secret as a proprietary technique. Visiting the crooked forest today is a surreal experience. The unnatural curves of the trunks create an almost otherworldly atmosphere, as if you've stepped into a botanical version of a Salvador Dali painting. The forest floor is unnaturally clear between the rows of bent pines, suggesting deliberate spacing and planning. When the wind blows through the grove, the trees seem to whisper secrets of their creation, tantalizing visitors with clues that never quite reveal the full story. Conservation efforts are now in place to protect this unique site, which has become a popular tourist attraction despite its remote location. Forestry experts continue to study the trees, hoping that modern scientific techniques might reveal more about how and why they were shaped. Ground-penetrating radar has been used to examine the root systems, and soil samples are regularly analyzed for any unusual compounds that might provide answers. As we contemplate the mystery of the crooked forest, perhaps what's most fascinating is not just the question of how these trees came to be bent, but what their existence tells us about the intersection of human ingenuity and the natural world. Whether they were shaped for practical purposes, artistic expression, or some reason lost to history, the crooked forest stands as a living monument to humanity's age-old practice of manipulating nature to serve our needs and express our creativity. In a world increasingly documented and explained, the crooked forest remains a rare enigma, a place where we can still wonder about the past and imagine the human stories that might explain this botanical puzzle. Until definitive evidence emerges, this strange grove of bent pines will continue to capture our imagination and remind us that even in our modern age, some mysteries endure. In the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Sahara Desert, there exists a geological formation so strange, so perfectly circular, that it remained hidden from human awareness until the age of space exploration. Known officially as the Richat structure, but more commonly called the Eye of the Sahara, this massive circular feature measures nearly 30 miles in diameter and can be clearly seen from orbit, appearing like an enormous bull's etched into the desert floor of western Mauritania. Its concentric rings, perfect symmetry, and mysterious origin have led some researchers to propose a startling theory. Could this remarkable structure be the remains of the legendary lost city of Atlantis? The Eye of the Sahara presents an immediate visual puzzle. From above, it appears as a series of perfectly formed concentric rings, creating a nested circle pattern that seems far too organized to be the result of random natural processes. The outer ring spans 25 miles across, with each inner ring progressively smaller until reaching the central dome. The precision of these circles, their even spacing, and the way they create an almost architectural impression has fueled speculation about artificial origins, since the structure was first photographed by Gemini astronauts in the 1960s. What makes the eye particularly intriguing is not just its appearance but its location. The Richat structure sits in one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth, the Western Sahara Desert, where daytime temperatures regularly exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit and annual rainfall averages less than 4 inches. Yet geological evidence suggests that this region was not always so barren. Studies of the area indicate that as recently as 5,000 years ago, the Sahara was a lush, green landscape with abundant water and thriving ecosystems. This dramatic climate shift, from fertile land to extreme desert, has preserved the eye in near-perfect condition, protecting it from erosion and human interference for millennia. For most of modern history, the prevailing scientific explanation for the Richat structure has been that it represents a geological dome, a result of uplifted rock layers that have been gradually eroded over millions of years. According to this theory, the circular pattern formed when the central dome pushed upward and then eroded differently depending on the hardness of each rock layer, creating the concentric pattern we see today. The different rings consist of alternating layers of sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic rocks that eroded at different rates, leaving the more resistant rocks standing as ridges. But this conventional explanation has never completely satisfied everyone, including some geologists. The perfect circularity of the structure is unusual for a purely erosional feature, and the symmetry of the rings seems too precise to be explained by random natural processes alone. Some researchers have suggested that the initial uplift might have been caused by a meteorite impact, while others propose that ancient volcanic activity could explain the formation, though no typical volcanic features have been identified at the site. It was against this background of scientific uncertainty that a more sensational theory emerged in recent years, connecting the Eye of the Sahara to one of history's most enduring mysteries, the lost city of Atlantis. This theory gained widespread attention after being proposed by researchers including author Jim Goodman, who outlined striking similarities between Plato's description of Atlantis and the actual features of the Richat structure. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BCE, the Greek philosopher Plato described Atlantis as a circular city built on a hill, surrounded by concentric rings of land and water. The city was said to be constructed in perfect circles, with the royal palace at the center, surrounded by alternating rings of land and water connected by canals. According to Plato, Atlantis was a maritime power located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the modern Strait of Gibraltar, which would place it somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean or possibly West Africa. Proponents of the Atlantis theory point out several compelling parallels between Plato's description and the Richat structure. Both are characterized by perfect concentric circles with specific measurements that appear to match. The diameter of the outer ring of the Richat structure is approximately 23 kilometers, remarkably close to Plato's description of Atlantis having an outer ring with a diameter of 27 kilometers. The central area of the eye contains what appears to be the remains of a raised plateau, potentially corresponding to Plato's description of the central hill where the royal palace stood. Furthermore, geological evidence suggests that the rings of the Richat structure may once have contained water. Ancient shorelines and sedimentary deposits indicate that the region experienced periods of significant rainfall, potentially creating a landscape of alternating land and water rings as described in Plato's account. Some researchers have identified what they believe to be the remnants of artificial channels connecting these water rings, though mainstream geologists dispute these interpretations. Perhaps most intriguing is the timeline. Plato indicated that Atlantis was destroyed in a cataclysmic event and sank beneath the waves around 9,600 BCE. This period corresponds with the end of the last ice age, a time of dramatic climate change and rising sea levels worldwide. While the Richat structure did not sink beneath the ocean as Plato described, some theorists suggest that the sinking could refer metaphorically to the region's transformation from a fertile landscape to a desert wasteland, effectively drowning the civilization in sand rather than water. The region's climate history lends some credence to this interpretation. Around 5,500 BCE, North Africa experienced what climatologists call the African humid period, when increased rainfall transformed the Sahara into a lush savanna with lakes, rivers, and abundant wildlife. This period ended abruptly around 3,500 BCE, when a rapid climate shift turned the green Sahara into the desert we know today. If an advanced civilization had existed in this region during the humid period, its remains would have been quickly covered by advancing sand dunes, preserving the city's basic structure while hiding it from view until modern satellite imagery revealed its outlines. Those who support the Atlantis theory also point to curious archaeological findings in the region surrounding the eye. Stone tools, evidence of animal domestication, and rock art discovered in the area suggest human habitation dating back thousands of years. More controversial are claims of sophisticated artifacts found near the structure, including what some researchers interpret as the remains of engineered structures within the rings themselves. Mainstream archaeology has not validated these more extraordinary claims, but the region's difficult accessibility has limited comprehensive investigation. Critics of the Atlantis hypothesis offer numerous counterarguments. They note that Plato's account describes Atlantis as an island in the Atlantic Ocean, not a location in the middle of a continent. They point out that the geological processes that formed the Richat structure began millions of years ago, long before human civilization emerged. And they emphasize that no conclusive archaeological evidence of an advanced ancient civilization has been found at the site, despite some limited excavations in the area. Geologists maintain that every feature of the eye can be explained through natural processes. The concentric rings represent different types of rock with varying resistance to erosion. The circular shape is consistent with the uplifting of a geological dome, and any water features observed in the structure would have been the result of natural drainage patterns rather than engineered canals. Yet the debate continues, fueled by the undeniable visual resemblance between the physical reality of the Richat structure and Plato's literary description of Atlantis. The Eye of the Sahara remains one of Earth's most enigmatic landmarks, a perfect geometric pattern in one of the world's most hostile environments, visible only from a vantage point that humans could not achieve until the space age. Whether the Eye of the Sahara is truly the remnant of a lost civilization or simply an extraordinary natural formation, its existence challenges us to reconsider what we think we know about Earth's history and human civilization. If it is indeed natural, it demonstrates how geological processes can create structures of such precision that they appear designed. And if there is any truth to the Atlantis connection, it suggests that our understanding of ancient human capabilities may be far more limited than we realize. As research continues and technology advances, perhaps one day we will uncover the definitive truth about the Eye of the Sahara. Until then, this perfect circle in the desert remains one of Earth's greatest mysteries, a reminder that our planet still holds secrets waiting to be revealed, some hidden in plain sight, visible only when we look at our world from a different perspective. Deep within the azure waters of the Atlantic Ocean lies a region that has baffled sailors, pilots, and scientists for centuries. The Bermuda Triangle, a roughly triangular area stretching between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, has claimed countless ships and aircraft, earning it the ominous nickname, the Devil's Triangle. But among its many mysteries, there's one that stands out as particularly strange and unsettling, a structure known only as the Bridge to Nowhere. First documented by experienced divers in the late 1980s, the Bridge to Nowhere rests approximately 60 feet beneath the ocean's surface, about 28 miles off the eastern coast of Florida. What makes this discovery so perplexing isn't just its location in the notoriously mysterious Bermuda Triangle, but its very nature, a seemingly man-made construction where no civilization should have been able to build. The structure stretches across the ocean floor for nearly half a mile, with massive stone blocks arranged in what unmistakably appears to be the remains of an ancient bridge or roadway. Each block weighs several tons, perfectly cut and meticulously placed alongside one another. The precision is remarkable, with gaps between stones measuring less than half an inch in some places. This isn't some random formation of rocks. This bears all the hallmarks of intentional construction. But here's where the mystery deepens. According to conventional history, no known civilization had the technological capabilities to build such a structure in this location. The nearest landmass is now miles away, and the bridge appears to lead from nowhere to nowhere, hence its enigmatic name. So who built it? When was it constructed? And perhaps most puzzlingly, why does it exist at all? Some researchers believe the bridge to nowhere could be evidence of an advanced ancient civilization that predates recorded history. They point to similarities between the stonework found here and other megalithic structures around the world, like the massive stones at Baalbek or the precisely cut blocks of Pumapunku. The uniform size of the blocks and the near-perfect joining technique suggest a sophisticated understanding of engineering that rivals even modern capabilities. Geological studies of the area offer another layer to this mystery. Analysis suggests that the bridge has been submerged for at least 12,000 years, coinciding with the end of the last ice age when sea levels rose dramatically as glaciers melted. This timeline would place its construction during a period when humans were supposedly still hunter-gatherers, long before the Egyptian pyramids or Stonehenge were even conceived. Could this mean that an advanced civilization existed far earlier than our history books acknowledge? Some researchers believe so, suggesting that the bridge to nowhere might be a remnant of the legendary Atlantis. According to Plato's accounts, Atlantis was an advanced island civilization that sank beneath the waves after a catastrophic event. The location described in these ancient texts places Atlantis potentially within the region now known as the Bermuda Triangle. Marine geologists have offered a more conventional explanation, suggesting that what appears to be a bridge might actually be an unusual natural formation created through a process called columnar jointing. This phenomenon occurs when certain types of cooling lava create hexagonal columns that can sometimes appear eerily geometric and man-made. Similar formations can be seen at the Giant's Causeway in Ireland and Devil's Tower in Wyoming. However, this theory doesn't fully explain the uniform size and precise arrangement of the stones, nor does it account for what appear to be tool marks found on several blocks. These marks, documented by underwater photographers, show patterns consistent with ancient stone-cutting techniques observed at other archaeological sites around the world. Adding to the mystery are the unusual electromagnetic readings detected around the bridge to nowhere. Divers have reported compass malfunctions and electronic equipment failures specifically when approaching the structure, phenomena commonly associated with the Bermuda Triangle as a whole. Some scientists speculate that these electromagnetic anomalies might be related to unusual mineral deposits in the area, while others suggest they could be evidence of advanced technology embedded within the structure itself. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the bridge to nowhere is what lies beneath it. Ground-penetrating sonar surveys conducted in the early 2000s revealed hollow chambers underneath several sections of the bridge. These cavities, some as large as small rooms, appear to be deliberately constructed rather than naturally formed. What purpose they served remains unknown, as no expedition has yet managed to access these spaces due to the dangerous diving conditions in the area. The difficulty in studying the bridge to nowhere adds another layer to its mystery. The Bermuda Triangle is notorious for its unpredictable weather patterns, strong currents, and electromagnetic anomalies that interfere with equipment. Several research expeditions have been forced to abandon their investigations due to sudden storms, equipment failures, or unexplained navigational issues. It's almost as if the region itself is protecting its secrets. Local legends among Caribbean fishermen speak of an ancient city beneath the waves, one that can sometimes be glimpsed during particularly clear waters or strange atmospheric conditions. They tell stories of lights seen moving beneath the surface at night, and of boats being mysteriously drawn towards certain areas against the prevailing currents. While these could be dismissed as superstition, they align eerily well with the location of the Bridge to Nowhere. Some researchers have proposed a connection between the Bridge to Nowhere and other underwater structures found around the world. Similar stone formations have been documented off the coast of Japan at Anjikuni, near Cuba in the Western Caribbean, and in several locations throughout the Mediterranean. Could these be evidence of a global ancient civilization with advanced seafaring capabilities, one that existed before the end of the last ice age changed the face of our planet? Historical records from various cultures might offer subtle clues. Ancient Egyptian texts refer to a civilization of people from the sea who possessed advanced knowledge. Indigenous traditions from the Caribbean islands speak of stone cities that once connected the islands before a great flood. Even the Maya, who flourished thousands of years after the bridge would have been submerged, had legends of ancestors who came from a land that sank beneath the waves. The science behind how such a massive structure could have been built is equally perplexing. The stone blocks, estimated to weigh between 10 and 20 tons each, would have required sophisticated lifting and transportation methods. Even with modern technology, constructing a similar structure underwater would present immense challenges. How an ancient civilization could have accomplished this feat remains a profound enigma. In recent years, marine archaeologists have identified what appear to be additional structures in the vicinity of the Bridge to Nowhere. Satellite imaging and sonar mapping have revealed geometric patterns on the seafloor that seem too regular to be natural formations. These discoveries have reignited interest in the area, with several universities and private research organizations planning new expeditions to document and study these underwater anomalies. What makes the Bridge to Nowhere particularly compelling is how it challenges our understanding of human history. If it is indeed an artificial structure dating back 12,000 years or more, it would force a dramatic reconsideration of early human capabilities. The conventional timeline of human civilization begins with the Sumerians around 6,000 years ago, with monumental architecture emerging even later. A sophisticated structure predating this by thousands of years doesn't fit neatly into accepted historical narratives. For now, the Bridge to Nowhere remains one of the world's most perplexing archaeological mysteries, a silent sentinel in the depths of the Bermuda Triangle. Does it represent the last remnant of a forgotten chapter in human history? Is it evidence of capabilities far beyond what we attribute to ancient peoples? Or could it be something even more extraordinary, proof that an advanced civilization once thrived in what is now one of the most mysterious regions on Earth? As technology advances and more researchers brave the challenges of the Bermuda Triangle, we may one day uncover the truth behind this enigmatic structure. Until then, the Bridge to Nowhere continues to stand as a monument to the unknown, a reminder that beneath the waters that cover much of our planet, countless secrets may still be waiting to be discovered. And perhaps, just perhaps, the answers might reshape everything we thought we knew about our past. Hidden away in the dense forests of western New York State, nestled within the serene Chestnut Ridge Park, exists a natural phenomenon that seems to defy the very laws of physics. The eternal flame falls presents us with a paradox so striking it appears almost magical, a golden flame that burns perpetually behind a cascading curtain of water. It's a place where fire and water coexist in harmonious contradiction, creating one of nature's most mesmerizing spectacles. But how is this possible? How can a flame survive, let alone thrive, in an environment that should immediately extinguish it? The waterfall itself is modest by conventional standards, dropping about 30 feet down a series of shale ledges. It's what lies behind this gentle cascade that draws visitors from around the world. Tucked into a small grotto in the cliff face, protected from the direct flow of water, burns a flame roughly 8 inches high with a warm orange glow that dances and flickers yet never dies. Even when the creek swells after heavy rains and the waterfall grows in power, the flame continues to burn, seemingly impervious to its watery surroundings. The scientific explanation for this remarkable phenomenon lies beneath the surface, quite literally. The flame is fueled by natural gas seeping through cracks in the ancient shale formations that make up the bedrock of the region. This area sits atop what geologists call the Western New York gas field, a rich deposit of natural gas trapped in porous rock layers formed millions of years ago from the remains of ancient sea creatures and plants. As this organic material decomposed over countless millennia, it transformed into methane and other hydrocarbons that now find their way to the surface through fissures in the rock. What makes the eternal flame falls particularly unusual, however, is the composition of the gas that feeds it. Analysis has shown that this isn't ordinary natural gas. The methane here contains higher concentrations of ethane and propane, giving it unique properties that allow it to ignite at lower temperatures than typical methane seeps. This explains why the flame can persist in such challenging conditions, but it doesn't fully account for how it stays lit. The placement of the grotto is crucial to the flame's survival. It sits in a perfectly positioned recess behind the falling water, creating a pocket of dry space where the gas can accumulate and burn without being extinguished. The waterfall actually helps maintain the flame by generating air currents that draw fresh oxygen into the grotto while simultaneously protecting the flame from direct water contact. It's a natural arrangement so precise that it seems almost deliberately designed. Local legends surrounding the flame stretch back to long before European settlers arrived in the region. Indigenous Seneca traditions speak of this place as sacred ground, a spot where the spirits of the forest manifested themselves in the impossible fire behind the water. They believed the flame represented the breath of the Creator, a tangible reminder of the divine presence in nature. Tribal medicine people would make pilgrimages to the falls, believing that prayers offered at this meeting point of opposing elements carried special power. When European colonists first encountered the phenomenon in the late 1700s, they too were captivated by its seemingly supernatural quality. Early accounts describe it as the devil's hearth, or witch's fire, reflecting the settlers' tendency to view unexplained natural phenomena through a lens of superstition. Some claimed that on certain nights, particularly during the autumn equinox, strange lights could be seen dancing above the falls, and unusual sounds emanated from the grotto, reports that modern science would likely attribute to the combustion of varying gas compositions or acoustical quirks of the rock formation. What's particularly interesting about the eternal flame falls from a scientific perspective is that it shouldn't technically exist at all, at least not according to our current understanding of biogenic gas seeps. The temperature of the rocks in this region isn't high enough to naturally produce the type of gas found here. Typically, rocks need to be heated to at least 100 degrees Celsius to generate thermogenic methane, but the shale at Chestnut Ridge never reaches such temperatures. This contradiction led a team of geologists from Indiana University to conduct an in-depth study of the site in 2013. Their findings suggested that the gas at Eternal Flame Falls is produced through a previously unknown geological process, one that allows methane generation at much lower temperatures than previously thought possible. This discovery doesn't just explain the mystery of the eternal flame, it potentially rewrites our understanding of how natural gas forms and where it might be found. Suddenly, regions previously thought incapable of producing natural gas might harbor untapped reserves, created through this alternative pathway. The water itself presents another layer of mystery. Chemical analysis has revealed unusual mineral content in the creek that forms the falls, particularly around the grotto where the flame burns. The water contains elevated levels of sulfur compounds and rare earth elements not typically found in the region's other waterways. Some researchers speculate that these minerals may act as natural catalysts, facilitating the unusual gas reactions that allow the flame to persist. Others suggest that the unique mineral composition might be a result of the gas seep itself, with chemical interactions occurring as the gas passes through groundwater on its journey to the surface. Throughout the years, the flame has occasionally gone out due to particularly heavy rainfall or changes in the gas flow. When this happens, visitors simply reignite it with a lighter, continuing a tradition that likely stretches back centuries. This human intervention raises interesting questions about how eternal the flame truly is, and whether it might represent one of the world's oldest continuously maintained fires, tended not by a dedicated order of keepers, but by the collective actions of generations of visitors. The surrounding forest adds another dimension to the site's peculiarity. Regular visitors and park rangers have observed that the vegetation immediately surrounding the falls exhibits unusual growth patterns. Plants near the grotto tend to flower earlier in spring and retain their leaves longer in autumn. Some species grow larger than their counterparts elsewhere in the park, while others seem unable to take root at all. These botanical anomalies could be attributed to the unique microclimate created by the constant heat of the flame, or perhaps to subtle changes in the soil chemistry caused by the gas seep. In recent years, researchers have identified other, smaller gas seeps in the vicinity, suggesting that the entire ridge might be honeycombed with these natural gas vents. Most are too small to sustain a visible flame, but sensitive equipment can detect their emissions. This network of seeps has transformed the scientific understanding of the area from a single curious anomaly to an important research site for studying unconventional natural gas formations. The fragility of this natural wonder has become increasingly apparent as visitor numbers grow. The soft shale that forms the grotto is gradually eroding, partly from natural weathering, but accelerated by human touch. Conservation efforts now focus on preserving the site while still allowing people to experience its magic, walking the delicate line between access and protection that challenges so many natural wonders. What makes the eternal flame fall so captivating isn't just its scientific peculiarity, but the sense of mystery it evokes. Standing before it, watching fire and water exist in what should be impossible harmony, visitors often report a feeling of witnessing something that transcends ordinary natural phenomena. It's a reminder that even in our age of scientific enlightenment, nature still harbors secrets that challenge our understanding and ignite our sense of wonder. The eternal flame falls serves as a powerful metaphor for the mysteries that still exist in our natural world. In an era when we can map the human genome and photograph distant galaxies, here is a small miracle in the woods of New York that still raises fundamental questions about geology, chemistry, and the processes that shape our planet. It reminds us that sometimes the most profound mysteries aren't found in the vast reaches of space or the depths of the ocean, but in quiet corners of familiar landscapes, waiting for those curious enough to seek them out. As dusk falls over Chestnut Ridge Park and the forest grows dark, the eternal flame takes on an almost otherworldly quality, its golden light reflecting off the falling water, creating dancing shadows on the surrounding rocks. In these moments, it's easy to understand why ancient peoples considered this place sacred, why early settlers viewed it with superstition, and why even today, in our scientific age, it still has the power to inspire awe. Some mysteries, it seems, are meant to be experienced rather than explained. Along the windswept shores of Cocoa Beach on New Zealand's South Island rest what appear to be the abandoned marbles of some ancient giant. The Moeraki Boulders, perfectly spherical stones measuring up to 3 meters in diameter, emerge from the coastal cliffs and lie scattered across the beach like artifacts from another world. These eerily perfect spheres, some cracked open to reveal crystalline interiors, have puzzled scientists, fascinated tourists, and inspired legends for centuries. Are they natural geological formations, the result of millions of years of patient craftsmanship by the elements, or could they be something more, perhaps evidence of ancient knowledge long forgotten? At first glance, the conventional scientific explanation seems straightforward. Geologists classify the Moeraki boulders as septarian concretions, formed roughly 60 million years ago during the Paleocene era. According to this theory, the process began when ancient marine sediments accumulated around a central nucleus, perhaps a fossil, a shell, or even just a fragment of organic material. Over countless millennia, calcium and carbonate minerals crystallized around these cores, gradually forming the spherical shapes we see today. As the soft mudstone cliffs that once encased them slowly erode under the relentless assault of wind and waves, the boulders are exposed and eventually tumble onto the beach below. But this explanation, while scientifically sound, doesn't fully account for several peculiar aspects of these formations. For one, their near-perfect spherical shape is exceedingly rare in nature. While concretions do form in rounded shapes due to the equal distribution of minerals in all directions from a central point, achieving such perfect geometry is unusual. Most concretions exhibit at least some irregularity, yet many of the Moeraki boulders appear so precisely spherical that they seem almost manufactured. Then there's the matter of their internal structure. When some of the boulders crack open, they reveal an intricate network of yellow calcite crystals arranged in a geometric pattern radiating from the center. These septarian cracks, from which the classification, septarian concretion, derives its name, form beautiful crystalline veins that create chambers within the boulders. The pattern is so precise and so consistent from boulder to boulder that it raises questions about how such regularity could emerge naturally. Adding to the mystery is the boulder's composition. Analysis shows they contain minerals not commonly found in the surrounding geological formations, including traces of iridium, an element rare on Earth but more common in meteorites. This has led some researchers to propose an extraterrestrial connection, suggesting that the boulders might have formed around meteorite fragments or been influenced by cosmic dust from a major impact event. While this theory remains on the fringes of scientific consensus, it highlights the continuing questions about these strange spheres. The local Maori people have their own explanation for the boulders, one woven into their rich tapestry of oral tradition. According to Maori legend, the boulders are the remains of eel baskets, calabashes, and kumara, sweet potatoes that washed ashore after the wreck of the ancestral canoe Areturu. The name they gave to the boulders, Te Kaihinaki, roughly translates to food baskets, reflecting this origin story. In the legend, the reef where the canoe foundered became the nearby shag point, while the canoe itself turned to stone, forming a nearby reef. This poetic explanation might be dismissed as mere mythology by some, but anthropologists note that indigenous legends often contain kernels of historical truth encoded in symbolic language. Could the Maori stories be preserving some ancient knowledge about the boulder's true nature or formation? Some researchers suggest that the reference to food baskets might indicate that the boulders once served some practical purpose for ancient peoples, perhaps as storage containers or ceremonial objects. The perfectly spherical shape of many Moeraki boulders has led to more controversial theories that challenge conventional geological explanations. Some alternative researchers propose that the boulders might be the product of ancient geopolymer technology, essentially a form of prehistoric concrete. They point to similar spherical stone formations found in Costa Rica, Bosnia, and other locations around the world, suggesting these might all be artifacts of a forgotten global civilization that possessed advanced knowledge of material science. Proponents of this theory highlight the consistent size, the nearly perfect spherical shape, and the unusual mineral composition as evidence that the boulders might be manufactured rather than natural. They argue that creating geopolymer spheres would have been within the capabilities of an advanced ancient culture, perhaps one that existed before the end of the last ice age changed coastlines and submerged much of their infrastructure beneath rising seas. While this hypothesis remains far outside mainstream scientific thought, it has gained attention due to experimental work by modern researchers who have successfully created similar spherical formations using geopolymer techniques. These experiments show that with the right mixture of natural materials and an understanding of chemical processes, it is possible to create stone-like spheres that would weather in ways similar to the Moeraki boulders over time. The location of the boulders adds another layer to their mystery. They appear specifically along a stretch of coastline that aligns closely with particular celestial events, including the summer solstice sunrise. This alignment has led some to suggest that the boulders might have served as markers in an ancient astronomical observation system. Similar stone arrangements with astronomical alignments have been documented worldwide, from Stonehenge in England to the stone spheres of Costa Rica. What makes this theory particularly intriguing is that several of the larger boulders contain high concentrations of magnetic minerals, causing slight but measurable disturbances in compass readings taken nearby. Could these magnetic properties have been intentionally incorporated as part of an ancient navigational system? The possibility, while speculative, highlights how much remains unknown about these enigmatic formations. Time and erosion continue to reveal more boulders as the mudstone cliffs retreat under the constant assault of the Tasman Sea. Occasionally, storms expose entirely new specimens, some with characteristics that differ slightly from those already documented. In 2003, after a particularly severe storm, 3 previously unknown boulders emerged, each with an unusual reddish tint not seen in the others. Analysis revealed high iron content in these newcomers, suggesting that the formation process might have been more varied than previously thought. Conservation efforts now focus on protecting these geological treasures from both natural erosion and human impact. Several smaller boulders have disappeared over the years, some claimed by the sea, but others apparently removed by visitors. The remaining formations are now strictly protected, recognizing their scientific importance and cultural significance to the Maori people. What makes the Moeraki boulders so compelling is not just their unusual appearance, but the questions they continue to raise about our understanding of geological processes, ancient knowledge, and the blurry line between natural formation and human intervention. They remind us that even in seemingly straightforward natural phenomena, mysteries can persist that challenge our established theories and open new avenues of inquiry. As the sun sets over Cocoa Beach, casting long shadows from these ancient spheres across the sand, visitors often report a strange sense of connection to something much older and perhaps more profound than themselves. Whether shaped by millions of years of geological processes or bearing the fingerprints of forgotten human knowledge, the Moeraki boulders stand as sentinels of time, their true story perhaps still waiting to be fully understood. In a world where we often assume that science has explained everything, the Moeraki boulders remind us that wonder and mystery remain, sometimes in plain sight, waiting patiently on a windswept beach for someone to ask the right questions. And perhaps that's their greatest value, not just as geological curiosities or potential artifacts, but as reminders that our planet still holds secrets, that knowledge is always evolving, and that today's certainties might become tomorrow's discarded theories as we continue to explore the boundaries between the natural and the inexplicable. On the rugged northeastern coast of Northern Ireland, where the wild Atlantic Ocean crashes against dark basalt cliffs, lies one of nature's most bewildering masterpieces, the Giant's Causeway. At first glance, it appears impossible that nature alone could have created this bizarre landscape. Roughly 40,000 interlocking hexagonal columns of basalt rise from the shoreline, fitting together with such precision that they seem deliberately placed by some ancient architect. The columns form what looks like a perfectly designed pathway leading from the cliff base and disappearing into the churning sea, as if inviting travelers to follow its route to some unseen destination beneath the waves. What makes this site so perplexing is not just its existence, but but the almost mathematical perfection of its features. The majority of the columns are hexagonal, six-sided, though some have 4, 5, 7, or even 8 sides. They fit together like an immense three-dimensional puzzle, with no mortar or binding material between them. Many stand at precisely the same height, creating flat plateaus that resemble massive stepping stones. The uniformity and geometric precision are so striking that, for centuries, people refused to believe this could be the work of natural processes. According to conventional geological explanation, the Giant's Causeway formed approximately 60 million years ago during the Paleogene period, when intense volcanic activity dominated this region. Massive eruptions sent rivers of basaltic lava flowing across the ancient landscape. As this molten rock cooled, it contracted, creating tensions within the material that caused it to crack in a process known as columnar jointing. The hexagonal pattern emerged naturally as the most efficient way to release tension within the cooling mass, much like how mud cracks form in a drying puddle, but in 3 dimensions rather than 2. The science seems straightforward, yet questions persist. Why are the columns at the Giant's Causeway more perfectly formed than at almost any other basalt formation on Earth? Why do they maintain such consistent dimensions, with most columns measuring between 15 and 20 inches in diameter regardless of their height? And why do they form such regular tiers, almost like an engineered staircase, when similar formations elsewhere tend to be more chaotic? Some geologists suggest that the answer lies in the precise conditions under which the lava cooled. The exact mineral composition, the rate of cooling, and the thickness of the original lava flow all contributed to this extraordinary outcome. But others admit that replicating these conditions experimentally has proven challenging, and our understanding of the exact mechanisms remains incomplete. Local legend offers a different explanation entirely, one that has captivated imaginations for thousands of years. According to Irish folklore, the causeway was built by the giant Finn mac Cool, Fionn mac Cumhale in Irish, a warrior and hunter of extraordinary strength and intelligence who features prominently in Gaelic mythology. As the story goes, Finn was challenged to a fight by the Scottish giant Benendener, who shouted threats across the sea. In response, Finn constructed the causeway across the North Channel so that the two giants could meet for their contest. However, when Finn saw the size of Benendener approaching across the causeway, he realized he had underestimated his opponent's stature. Thinking quickly, Finn's wife Unog disguised him as a baby. When Benendener arrived and saw the enormous infant, he reasoned that if the child was this large, the father must be truly terrifying. Panicking, Benendener fled back to Scotland, destroying the causeway behind him so that Finn couldn't follow. What remains visible today, according to the legend, are the Irish end of this ancient giant's road. While this tale might seem merely whimsical, some researchers have noted curious parallels between Celtic myths and geological events. Many Irish legends describe catastrophic floods, land bridges that once connected Ireland to other lands, and dramatic changes to the landscape, events that correlate with actual geological and climate changes at the end of the last ice age. Could the story of Finn mac Cool preserve some ancient memory of a time when the causeway extended further, perhaps connecting to similar formations on the Scottish coast? Intriguingly, identical basalt columns do indeed exist across the sea at Fingal's Cave on the Scottish island of Staffa, a formation so similar that it appears to be a continuation of the same geological event. The ancient Gaels, traveling between Ireland and Scotland, would have observed both formations and might have reasoned they were once connected. Modern geology confirms that both sites formed from the same lava field during the opening of the North Atlantic Ocean, when Europe and North America began drifting apart. Adding another layer to the mystery are the archaeological findings in the surrounding area. The northeast coast of Ireland has been inhabited for at least 9,000 years, and numerous prehistoric sites dot the landscape near the Giant's Causeway. Stone circles, burial mounds, and ancient settlements reveal that this region held special significance for early peoples. Some archaeologists suggest that the causeway itself may have been incorporated into religious or astronomical practices, serving as a natural temple or observatory. Several of the flat-topped sections of the causeway align with significant celestial events, including the summer solstice sunrise and the midwinter sunset. Whether these alignments are coincidental or were utilized by ancient cultures remains debated, but similar natural features elsewhere in Ireland and Britain were unquestionably used for astronomical observations by Neolithic peoples. The unique acoustics of the site present another peculiarity. When waves crash against certain sections of the causeway, the columns produce resonant tones that vary with the tide and weather conditions. Some visitors have described hearing what sounds like music or rhythmic drumming emanating from the rocks during particular sea conditions. Acoustic experts have confirmed that the hexagonal columns can indeed act as natural resonance chambers, amplifying and modulating the sounds of the ocean. This acoustic phenomenon has led some researchers to propose that the site may have been used for sound-based rituals or ceremonies by ancient cultures. Archaeological evidence from other prehistoric sites suggests that acoustic properties were often an important factor in the selection and use of ceremonial spaces. Could the giant's organs, or singing stones, as some columns are locally known, have played a role in long-forgotten practices? Modern scientific investigation continues to reveal new aspects of this mysterious formation. Recent studies using advanced dating techniques have refined our understanding of when the basalt columns formed, placing the event at approximately 50 to 60 million years ago, slightly more recent than earlier estimates. Geochemical analysis has also identified subtle variations in the mineral composition of different sections of the causeway, suggesting that it formed not in a single volcanic event, but in several successive lava flows, each cooling under slightly different conditions. Perhaps most intriguing are the fossils discovered embedded within and between some of the basalt columns. These include plant remains that provide crucial evidence about the ancient environment and climate when the lava flows occurred. The fossils reveal that the landscape was once very different, warmer and more lush than today's windswept coast, populated by species now extinct in the region. These glimpses into the distant past add temporal depth to the causeway's mystery, reminding us that what we see today is just the latest stage in an enormously long geological story. Visitors to the Giant's Causeway often report a strange sensation when walking across its hexagonal stepping stones, a feeling of connection to something ancient and powerful that transcends scientific explanation. This emotional response has been documented across cultures and throughout history, suggesting that there is something universally compelling about this unusual formation that speaks to something deep within human consciousness. Is it possible that our fascination with the Giant's Causeway stems from an innate recognition of pattern and order? The hexagonal geometry that emerged naturally in the cooling basalt represents a fundamental form found throughout nature, from honeycomb to snowflakes to the compound eyes of insects. Perhaps we are drawn to this site because it represents a perfect intersection of chaos and order, a place where the violent forces of volcanism somehow produced mathematical precision. As the Atlantic waves continue their relentless assault on the ancient stones, gradually wearing them down and reshaping the causeway with each passing century, the mystery only deepens. New columns are occasionally exposed by erosion, while others disappear beneath the waves, an ongoing process that has continued for millions of years. The Giant's Causeway we see today is not the same one our ancestors witnessed, nor will it be identical to what future generations will observe. In this constant state of slow transformation lies perhaps the greatest mystery of all, the relationship between geological time and human perception. We struggle to fully comprehend processes that unfold over millions of years, yet we search for meaning in formations created long before our species walked the earth. Whether explained through myth, science, or some combination of both, the Giant's Causeway remains a powerful reminder that our planet's history is vastly older and more complex than human history, and that some mysteries may never be fully resolved to our satisfaction. As twilight descends over the causeway and the setting sun casts long shadows across its geometric precision, it's easy to imagine that it really might be a pathway to somewhere else. If not to the realm of giants, then perhaps to a deeper understanding of our place in the grand sweep of Earth's history. The stones beneath our feet, uniform yet unique, each tell a story of fire and time that we are only beginning to decipher. High in the Andes Mountains of Bolivia, standing in silent defiance of time itself, lies one of archaeology's most perplexing enigmas, the Gate of the Sun. Carved from a single massive block of andesite stone weighing over 10 tons, this mysterious monument has weathered thousands of years of sun, wind, and rain, yet its purpose and meaning continue to elude even our most brilliant minds. What was this colossal structure intended for? Who created it? And perhaps most intriguing of all, could it be something far more significant than just an ancient doorway? The Gate of the Sun resides within the ruins of Tiwanaku, an ancient city that thrived between 1,500 and 1,000 years ago, making it one of the most important pre-Columbian sites in South America. But what makes this particular structure so captivating is not just its age or size. It's the inexplicable nature of its creation and its enigmatic carvings that seem to defy conventional historical understanding. Standing nearly 10 feet tall and 13 feet wide, the gate appears to have been carved from a single massive stone block with remarkable precision. The structure features a central doorway flanked by columns, all crowned by an elaborate frieze that has become the subject of intense debate and speculation among archaeologists, historians, and those who believe there may be more to this monument than mainstream science acknowledges. The most striking feature of the gate is undoubtedly the central figure carved into its upper section. This mysterious entity, often referred to as the staff god or weeping god, displays an unusual appearance, a humanoid figure with a square, geometric head surrounded by what appear to be radiating beams or rays. In its hands, it holds two staff-like objects, standing atop a stepped platform. Surrounding this central deity are 48 smaller winged figures, some with human heads, others with bird-like features, all seemingly paying homage to the central character. What makes these carvings so puzzling is their style and execution. The precision and mathematical symmetry displayed in these ancient works suggest a level of technological sophistication that seems at odds with what we believe possible for a civilization of that era. The perfect straight lines, the exact angles, the depth of carving, all achieved in one of the hardest types of stone, raise questions about the tools and techniques used by the ancient builders. Mainstream archaeology suggests that the Gate of the Sun likely served as a ceremonial structure, perhaps a calendar of sorts based on astronomical alignments. Some researchers have noted that the number of figures carved into the frieze corresponds to specific lunar and solar cycles, suggesting the monument may have functioned as a sophisticated timekeeping device. When properly aligned, the gate could have marked important agricultural dates or religious ceremonies tied to celestial events. But there are those who believe the Gate of the Sun may represent something far more extraordinary. Some researchers point to the unusual appearance of the central figure, with its geometric head and radiating beams, suggesting it might depict a being not of this world. The staff-like objects in its hands, they argue, could represent technology or power sources beyond ancient human understanding. Could this be an artistic representation of contact with extraterrestrial visitors? A record carved in stone of encounters that shaped early human civilization. Others note the curious fact that the gate appears to be incomplete, with rough, unfinished sections on its right side. This has led to speculation that the creation of the monument was suddenly interrupted. But why? What could have caused the ancient builders to abandon such an important project? Some theorists suggest a catastrophic event, perhaps a natural disaster or sudden societal collapse, while others propose more controversial explanations involving external intervention. Adding to the mystery is the location itself. Tiwanaku sits at an elevation of over 12,000 feet above sea level, in a region that today struggles to produce sufficient crops to sustain large populations. Yet archaeological evidence suggests that during its heyday, Tiwanaku supported a thriving civilization of tens of thousands of people. How did they achieve such agricultural success at this harsh altitude? Some researchers believe the ancient inhabitants possessed advanced farming techniques that have been lost to time, while others suggest the climate was drastically different in the distant past. But perhaps the most perplexing aspect of the Gate of the Sun is its name and the persistent legends surrounding it. Local indigenous traditions speak of the gate as a literal portal, a doorway through which the gods themselves would enter our world. These stories describe how, in ancient times, deities would pass through the gate to interact with humanity, bringing knowledge, technology, and guidance before returning to their realm. Is this merely colorful mythology, or could there be some long-forgotten truth behind these persistent legends? Some researchers have noted unusual energy readings around the Gate of the Sun, claiming that the monument sits at the intersection of natural Earth energy lines, or what some cultures call ley lines. These invisible paths of energy are said to connect sacred sites across the globe, forming a kind of planetary grid. Could the ancient builders have recognized something special about this location, some natural phenomenon that we're only beginning to rediscover? Even more curious are the reports from visitors who claim to have experienced strange phenomena while near the gate. Some describe unusual sensations of dizziness or tingling. Others report electronic equipment malfunctioning or compasses behaving erratically. A few even claim to have witnessed flickering lights or momentary distortions in the air around the monument during certain times of the year, particularly during solstices or equinoxes when the sun strikes the gate at specific angles. Of course, skeptics dismiss these reports as imagination or natural phenomena misinterpreted through the lens of suggestion and expectation. They point out that high altitude can cause dizziness and disorientation, while the region's unusual mineral composition might explain compass irregularities. But these explanations don't satisfy everyone, and the legends persist. What we do know for certain is that the civilization that created the Gate of the Sun possessed remarkable knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and stoneworking. The precision of their construction rivals that of ancient Egypt, yet was achieved at a much higher altitude with fewer resources. Their city featured complex water management systems, precisely oriented structures, and evidence of sophisticated agricultural practices that allowed them to thrive in an environment that challenges farmers even today. Perhaps most telling is the fate of this once great civilization. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tiwanaku declined rapidly around 1,000 years ago, with the city apparently abandoned in a relatively short period. What caused this collapse? Climate change, warfare, disease, all have been proposed, but none fully explain the speed and completeness of the abandonment. It's as if the entire population simply vanished, leaving their mighty monuments to the mercy of time and the elements. The mystery deepens when we consider the local Aymara people's beliefs about the site. They maintain that Tiwanaku was not built by their ancestors, but by a race of giants in a single night after a great flood. While modern archaeology dismisses such stories as mythology, it's worth noting that similar legends of giant builders appear in cultures across the world, from Easter Island to Egypt. Could these widespread stories contain some kernel of historical truth, perhaps representing a shared ancestral memory of events lost to conventional history? Some researchers have noted peculiar similarities between the iconography at Tiwanaku and that found at other ancient sites thousands of miles away. The stepped pyramids, the stylized figures, the astronomical alignments, these features appear across continents and cultures supposedly isolated from one another. Does this suggest a shared source of knowledge, perhaps a parent civilization that influenced cultures around the world? Or could it simply represent the universal human tendency to look to the stars and seek connection with something beyond our everyday experience? What's particularly fascinating about the Gate of the Sun is how it seems to incorporate elements that appear almost technological in nature. The perfect geometric patterns, the precisely spaced figures, the mathematical relationships encoded in its design, all suggest a level of planning and execution that goes beyond simple decorative art. Some researchers have even suggested that the entire monument might be a form of encoded information, a message left in stone for future generations to decipher. As we stand before this ancient enigma, gazing up at its weathered carvings, we can't help but wonder, what am I looking at? Is this simply an impressive artifact from a lost civilization, remarkable but ultimately mundane in its purpose? Or could it represent something more profound, a genuine connection to forces or beings beyond our current understanding? The truth remains elusive, locked within the silent stone, waiting for us to finally understand its message. Perhaps the most important question isn't what the Gate of the Sun was intended to be, but what it reveals about human history and our relationship with the unknown. In our modern world of technological wonders and scientific certainties, it's humbling to stand before a structure that continues to defy complete explanation. It reminds us that for all our advancement, there are still mysteries waiting to be solved, still questions that may require us to rethink everything we thought we knew about our past. And so the Gate of the Sun stands, a testament to human ingenuity and an enduring mystery. A doorway, perhaps, not just between physical spaces, but between different understandings of our place in the cosmos. As the sun rises and sets, casting its light and shadow across the ancient stone just as it has for thousands of years, we're left to wonder, what secrets does it still hold? And are we finally ready to understand them? In the frozen wasteland of Earth's southernmost continent, among endless expanses of ice and snow, lies something that shouldn't be there, at least according to conventional history. Jutting from the pristine white landscape, a mysterious structure with unnervingly straight edges and a triangular form has captivated researchers, conspiracy theorists, and curious minds alike. Is this simply another mountain shaped by millions of years of natural forces, or could it be evidence of something far more extraordinary? Perhaps an ancient civilization that existed in Antarctica when the continent was a very different place. This enigmatic formation was first spotted in satellite imagery in the early 2000s, located in the Ellsworth Mountains approximately 100 miles from the former British Antarctic Survey's Patriot Hills base. What immediately caught attention was the formation's remarkably symmetrical appearance, a near-perfect four-sided pyramid rising prominently from its surroundings. With each face appearing strikingly similar in dimension, and with angles that seem almost too perfect to be natural, this structure immediately drew comparisons to the ancient pyramids of Egypt and Mesoamerica. But a pyramid in Antarctica? The very notion challenges everything we think we know about human history and the timeline of civilization. According to mainstream archaeology, the earliest known human civilizations capable of monumental architecture emerged around 5,000 years ago in warm, hospitable regions like Mesopotamia and the Nile Valley. Antarctica, by contrast, has been covered in ice for at least 15 million years, with temperatures far too extreme for human habitation. If this structure were indeed artificial, it would require us to completely rewrite the story of human development and ancient capabilities. The official explanation, provided by geologists and Antarctic researchers, is that this formation is likely a nunatak, a mountain peak that protrudes through an ice sheet. These natural formations can sometimes take on geometric appearances due to particular types of erosion and weathering processes. Wind, ice, and temperature fluctuations can, over millions of years, create faceted surfaces and angular features that might resemble artificial structures when viewed from certain angles or in satellite imagery. Case closed. Not quite. Those who question the natural formation theory point to several curious aspects of the Antarctic pyramid that set it apart from typical nunataks. First, they note its apparent symmetry. While natural erosion can create angular features, perfect symmetry across multiple sides is far less common. Second, they highlight the pyramid's orientation, which some claim aligns with cardinal directions similar to many ancient monuments around the world. And third, they point to what appears to be a highly regular, almost engineered quality to its overall shape. But if, and this remains a tremendous if, the Antarctic pyramid were artificial, built by human hands, when could it have been constructed? This is where the mystery deepens and connects with one of the most fascinating aspects of Earth's geological history. While Antarctica is now a frozen continent hostile to life, it wasn't always this way. Geological evidence shows that Antarctica once had a temperate climate and was potentially covered with forests and inhabited by diverse wildlife. Fossil records confirm that the continent was once home to species of dinosaurs, marsupials, and even ancient beech forests. The critical question becomes, was Antarctica ever ice-free during human existence? Mainstream science says no. The continent began freezing over approximately 35 million years ago, when humans were nowhere near evolving. But some researchers propose alternative timelines, suggesting that parts of Antarctica may have remained temperate much more recently than conventionally believed, perhaps even coinciding with early human civilizations. This is where one of the most controversial pieces of evidence enters the discussion: the Piri Reis map. Created in 1513 by Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, this ancient map appears to show the coastline of Antarctica as it would appear without ice. The map was allegedly compiled from even older source maps, some dating back to the time of Alexander the Great and beyond. If accurate, this would suggest that someone mapped Antarctica before it was covered in ice, a technological feat that shouldn't have been possible according to conventional history. Could the Antarctic pyramid be connected to this ancient mapping? Some theorists suggest that an advanced prehistoric civilization might have established outposts or ceremonial centers in Antarctica when the climate was more hospitable. As the ice slowly advanced, these structures were gradually buried, with only the tallest peaks remaining visible above the frozen surface. The pyramid, they suggest, might be just the tip of a much larger complex hidden beneath the ice. Modern technology has provided some tantalizing hints that there might be more to Antarctica than meets the eye. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed unusual formations beneath the ice in various locations across the continent. In 2012, Russian scientists drilling at Lake Vostok, a massive subglacial lake, claimed to have found evidence of unfamiliar microorganisms and organic materials that shouldn't exist in such an isolated environment. While these findings don't directly support the existence of ancient civilizations, they do demonstrate that Antarctica still holds secrets waiting to be discovered. Perhaps the most compelling aspect of the Antarctic pyramid mystery isn't the structure itself, but what it represents in our collective imagination. The possibility that our understanding of human history might be incomplete. Throughout history, numerous civilizations have been discovered that were once thought to be mere legends. Troy, the Minoan civilization, the lost cities of the Maya. Each discovery has expanded our understanding of the past and revealed that ancient peoples were often more capable and sophisticated than we'd given them credit for. Could Antarctica hold similar surprises? Some researchers point to ancient texts and oral traditions that describe advanced civilizations predating our recorded history. From the Hindu concept of previous yugas, or world cycles, to Plato's account of Atlantis, many cultures maintain stories of sophisticated societies that were destroyed by cataclysmic events. While mainstream archaeology treats these as mythology, some wonder if they might contain kernels of historical truth. perhaps referring to actual civilizations whose physical evidence has been erased by time, buried under oceans, jungles, deserts, or ice sheets. The Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1959 and now including over 50 countries, governs activities on the continent, emphasizing scientific research and environmental protection. This agreement prohibits military activity and promotes international cooperation in scientific investigation. But some conspiracy theorists see in these regulations a potential mechanism for controlling access to archaeological discoveries that might challenge conventional history. They point to the difficulty ordinary citizens face in visiting potential sites of interest and the strict oversight of all research activities on the continent. Is there any substance to these claims? Most scientific expeditions to Antarctica are transparent, with their findings published in peer-reviewed journals and shared with the international community. The logistical challenges of Antarctic research, extreme cold, isolation, dangerous conditions, and high costs, are sufficient explanation for the limited exploration of the continent's mysteries without invoking conspiracy theories. Yet the persistence of stories about classified discoveries and restricted access continues to fuel speculation about what might really be happening at the bottom of the world. In recent years, advanced satellite imaging and remote sensing technologies have provided increasingly detailed views of Antarctica's surface features, including the pyramid formation. These images have both supported and challenged various theories. On one hand, better resolution has confirmed the pyramid's geometric appearance from multiple angles. On the other hand, similar imaging has revealed other formations with somewhat geometric appearances that are clearly natural in origin, suggesting that such shapes can indeed form without human intervention. What's particularly interesting about the Antarctic pyramid mystery is how it intersects with broader questions about climate change and Earth's history. Ice core samples from Antarctica provide some of our most valuable data about historical climate patterns, revealing how Earth's temperature, atmospheric composition, and environment have changed over hundreds of thousands of years. These samples show dramatic shifts in climate over time, including periods of warming and cooling. Could some of these shifts have made parts of Antarctica habitable during early human existence? Most climate scientists say no, but our understanding of Earth's climate history continues to evolve with new research. Some of the more extreme theories about the Antarctic pyramid venture into truly speculative territory, suggesting connections to ancient aliens, advanced prehistoric technologies, or even hidden bases established by Nazi Germany during World War II. While these theories lack credible evidence, they demonstrate how powerfully this mysterious structure has captured the human imagination and how eager we are to find evidence that rewrites our understanding of the past. What we do know with certainty is that Antarctica remains one of Earth's least explored regions, with vast areas that have never been directly observed by human eyes. The harsh conditions, remote location, and thick ice covering make comprehensive exploration extremely challenging. Even with modern technology, much of the continent remains a blank spot on our map of detailed knowledge, a place where mysteries could still hide, waiting to be discovered. Perhaps the most reasonable approach to the Antarctic pyramid mystery is to acknowledge that, while natural explanations are certainly possible and even probable, we should remain open to surprising discoveries. Throughout history, science has advanced not just through confirming existing theories, but by encountering anomalies that challenge our understanding and force us to develop new explanations. The pyramid formation, whether natural or artificial, represents exactly the kind of anomaly that deserves careful investigation. The good news is that ongoing climate research and scientific expeditions continue to reveal new information about Antarctica's past and present. As technology improves and more resources are devoted to understanding this mysterious continent, we may eventually obtain definitive answers about the pyramid and other unusual features. Until then, it remains one of Earth's most compelling mysteries, a reminder that our planet still holds secrets, and that the story of our past may be more complex and fascinating than we've imagined. As we wait for more conclusive evidence, the Antarctic Pyramid stands as a monument to human curiosity and our endless quest to understand our origins. Whether sculpted by the patient hand of nature or constructed by forgotten builders from a lost age, it challenges us to question our assumptions and remain open to the extraordinary possibilities that might exist at the bottom of the world. After all, in the vast timeline of Earth's history, human exploration is just beginning, and who knows what other mysteries wait beneath the ice, holding clues to questions we haven't even thought to ask. Imagine lying in bed at night, the world fallen quiet around you, when suddenly you become aware of a sound. Not the familiar creaking of your house settling or the distant hum of traffic, something else entirely. A low, persistent drone, almost mechanical in nature, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. You cover your ears, but the sound doesn't diminish. You walk from room to room, but can't locate its source. You ask your partner if they hear it too, but they look at you with confusion. To them, the night is perfectly silent. This is the reality for thousands of people worldwide who experience what scientists call the hum, a mysterious low-frequency sound that has defied explanation for decades. While reports of this phenomenon exist globally, perhaps the most famous and well-documented case comes from the small, picturesque town of Taos, New Mexico, nestled in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Here, since the early 1990s, residents have reported hearing a persistent, low-frequency humming sound that has disrupted lives, divided the community, and confounded scientific investigation. The Taos hum first gained national attention in 1993, when a group of residents became so distressed by the constant noise that they approached their local government representatives for help. These weren't individuals prone to flights of fancy or seeking attention. They included respected community members, professionals, and even a few scientists. What made their claims particularly difficult to dismiss was the consistency in how they described the sound. A diesel engine idling in the distance, a swarm of bees inside the walls, or the drone of a subwoofer from a neighbor's stereo system playing far away. What makes the Taos hum especially perplexing is that only about 2% of the local population reports hearing it. This selective audibility has led some skeptics to dismiss the phenomenon as mass delusion or individual hearing disorders. Yet those who perceive the hum insist it's external and real. Many hearers report that the sound began suddenly, on a specific day, where there had been silence before. Some can point to the exact moment when the hum entered their lives, forever changing their relationship with silence. The impact on those who experience the hum can be devastating. Imagine never experiencing true quiet again, not when you're trying to sleep, not when you're hiking in nature, not even when you cover your ears. Many hearers report symptoms ranging from insomnia and headaches to more severe issues like depression, inability to concentrate, and even suicidal thoughts. Some have been forced to relocate, abandoning homes and communities in desperate searches for places where the hum doesn't follow. One Taos resident, a retired engineer who began hearing the hum in 1997, described it as a kind of torture. After months of sleepless nights and increasing distress, he converted a basement room into what he called a hum shelter, lining the walls with soundproofing materials and installing white noise machines in an attempt to drown out the sound. It didn't work. The hum penetrated even these defenses, leading him to eventually sell his home at a loss and move to another state. It was like having tinnitus, he explained, except I knew it wasn't coming from inside my head. The scientific investigation of the Taos hum has been equally frustrating. In 1993, a team of researchers from Los Alamos National Laboratory, the University of New Mexico, and Sandia National Laboratories conducted an extensive study funded by Congress. They brought sophisticated acoustic equipment to the homes of hum hearers, analyzed electromagnetic radiation patterns and conducted detailed interviews with affected residents. Their conclusion was both simple and baffling. They could detect no unusual sound or vibration that correlated with what hearers were experiencing. This doesn't mean the scientists dismissed the phenomenon as imaginary. On the contrary, their report acknowledged that something real was affecting these individuals. They simply couldn't identify what it was. The hearers are genuinely experiencing a real physical sensation, the study concluded, but no single identifiable source of noise or vibration could be found that matched their descriptions. Since then, numerous theories have been proposed to explain the Taos hum and similar phenomena reported worldwide. Some researchers believe it might be related to industrial equipment, perhaps distant oil drills, mining operations, or high-pressure gas lines creating low-frequency vibrations that travel through the earth rather than the air. These vibrations might be at frequencies that only certain people can detect, either through bone conduction or due to unusual sensitivity in their auditory systems. Others point to potential electromagnetic sources. The Earth is constantly bathed in electromagnetic fields from both natural and human-made sources, everything from the planet's own magnetic field to the countless radio, television, cell phone, and military communication systems that surround us. Could some individuals be perceiving these electromagnetic fields as auditory sensations? This phenomenon, known as the microwave auditory effect or Frey effect, has been documented since the 1960s, when researchers discovered that certain pulsed microwave frequencies can create the sensation of sound in some individuals. The geographic location of Taos has also fueled speculation. Situated near multiple military installations, including Los Alamos National Laboratory and the Very Large Array Radio Astronomy Observatory, some have suggested that secret government tests or surveillance equipment might be responsible. These theories gained traction in the 1990s when it was revealed that HAARP, High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, in Alaska, was conducting experiments related to the ionosphere that some believed could generate unusual acoustic phenomena. The region's unique geology offers another possible explanation. Taos sits in a volcanic field with underground chambers and tunnel systems formed by ancient lava flows. Could these natural structures be amplifying distant sounds or creating their own acoustic phenomena through the movement of underground water or the settling of rock formations? Similar theories have been proposed for other hum locations worldwide, with researchers noting that many hum hotspots share unusual geological features. What makes the Taos hum particularly mysterious is that, unlike other unexplained sounds recorded around the world, such as the bloop detected in the Pacific Ocean or various sky trumpets and booms, the Taos hum has never been successfully recorded with equipment. Despite numerous attempts using sophisticated audio recording technology, the specific frequency that hearers report has proven elusive to electronic detection. This recording challenge has led some researchers to propose that the hum might not be a sound at all, at least not in the conventional sense. Instead, it could be what scientists call a autocaustic emission, a type of sound generated within the ear itself. Human ears don't just receive sound. They also produce faint sounds as byproducts of the hearing process. Could some environmental factor be triggering these internal sounds in certain individuals? Or perhaps the hum represents a form of tinnitus triggered by environmental factors, not yet identified. Another intriguing aspect of the Taos hum is the profile of those who hear it. Studies of hearers worldwide have revealed some common characteristics. They tend to be middle-aged or older, with more women reporting the phenomenon than men. Many have better than average hearing, particularly in the low-frequency range. A significant percentage have backgrounds in engineering, music, or other fields that train the ear to be attentive to subtle sounds. Could their heightened auditory sensitivity be allowing them to detect something that others simply filter out? The psychological dimension cannot be ignored either. While hearers bristle at suggestions that the hum is all in their head, the human auditory system is remarkably complex, with perception influenced by both physical stimuli and cognitive processing. Research has shown that once a person becomes aware of a particular sound, they may perceive it more readily, a phenomenon called selective attention. Some psychologists suggest that the hum might begin with a real external trigger, but become amplified through this perceptual mechanism, explaining why it can seem to follow people even when they change locations. What's particularly fascinating about the Tao's hum is how it illustrates the limitations of our scientific understanding. Despite all our technological advances, there remain phenomena that elude our best attempts at measurement and explanation. The hum exists in a scientific blind spot, experienced by some but undetectable by our instruments, real to those affected but invisible to objective verification methods. This hasn't stopped people from seeking practical solutions. Some hearers report relief from white noise machines, which can mask the hum or trick the brain into filtering it out. Others have found that certain earplugs designed for low-frequency sound can help, though rarely eliminate the experience completely. A few claim that supplements like magnesium or changes in diet have reduced their perception of the hum, suggesting there might be a physiological component involved in some cases. The search for answers continues. In recent years, citizen scientists have created global hum mapping projects, collecting data from hearers worldwide in hopes of identifying patterns that might reveal the source. These efforts have shown that while the hum is reported globally, it appears more frequently in certain regions, often rural or semi-rural areas rather than major cities, contrary to what we might expect if industrial noise were the primary cause. The Tao's hum also raises profound questions about the nature of perception itself. If a sound is heard by some but undetectable to others and to measuring equipment, is it any less real? This philosophical quandary echoes the age-old question: if a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? With the hum, we might ask, if a sound is heard by some but undetectable to most, what is the nature of that sound? For those who experience it, these philosophical questions offer little comfort. The hum remains an unwelcome intrusion into their lives, a mystery that follows them day and night. One Tao's hearer described it this way: imagine having a neighbor who plays the same low note on a bass guitar over and over, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now imagine that when you call the police, they come to your house, listen, and tell you they don't hear anything. That's what living with the hum is like. As scientific investigation continues, the Tao's hum stands as a humbling reminder of how much we still don't understand about our world and our own perceptual systems. It challenges our definitions of objective reality and forces us to consider that some phenomena might exist at the boundaries of our current scientific capabilities. Whether ultimately explained by geology, technology, physiology, or some combination of factors not yet considered, the hum reminds us that mystery still exists in our modern world, sometimes in the form of something as simple, yet profound, as an unexplained sound in the night. For now, the residents of Taos who experience this phenomenon continue their lives accompanied by their unwanted acoustic companion, hoping that someday science will advance enough to explain, and perhaps silence, the mysterious drone that has become their constant soundtrack. Until then, the Tao's hum remains one of the world's most perplexing acoustic enigmas, a reminder that even in our age of scientific marvels, there are experiences that defy our best efforts at explanation, heard clearly by some, yet invisible to our most sophisticated instruments. 240 miles south of Tokyo, stretching across a vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, lies a region of water that Japanese fishermen have feared for centuries. They call it Mono Yumi, the Sea of the Devil, a place where ships and planes have reportedly vanished without explanation, where electronic equipment malfunctions mysteriously, and where some believe the normal laws of physics don't always apply. Western researchers have another name for it: the Dragon's Triangle, or sometimes the Pacific Bermuda Triangle, drawing an explicit connection to its more famous Atlantic counterpart. For generations, sailors in this region have told stories of sudden, violent storms appearing from nowhere, of bizarre glowing lights beneath the water's surface, and of vessels that sailed into these waters never to return. While many dismiss these tales as maritime folklore, the kind of superstitious stories that sailors have always told, others point to a disturbing pattern of disappearances and unusual phenomena that seem to defy conventional explanation. The Devil's Sea gained international attention in the early 1950s when the Japanese government became alarmed by a series of shipping disasters in the area. According to reports from the time, 5 Japanese military vessels disappeared while navigating these waters, along with their combined crews of over 700 men. The losses were so significant and mysterious that in 1952, the Japanese government reportedly declared the area a danger zone, warning sailors and pilots to avoid it when possible. What makes these disappearances particularly puzzling is that in many cases, no distress calls were received. Ships that should have had ample time to radio for help simply vanished, as if plucked from the ocean in an instant. No significant wreckage was recovered in most incidents, despite extensive search efforts. It was as if these vessels, some weighing thousands of tons, had simply ceased to exist. But what could cause such disappearances? Unlike the Bermuda Triangle, which features relatively calm and shallow waters, the Devil's Sea presents some very real natural dangers. The region sits at the meeting point of several major ocean currents and weather systems, creating conditions where violent storms can develop with frightening speed. Typhoons are common, sometimes arriving with little warning, especially before the era of satellite weather tracking. Perhaps more significantly, the Devil's Sea sits directly over a complex and active tectonic region. This area is part of the notorious Ring of Fire, the horseshoe-shaped zone of intense seismic activity that encircles much of the Pacific Ocean. Underwater volcanoes, some of them massive, dot the seabed here. Geological surveys have identified more than 40 major submarine volcanoes in the region, many of them active. These submarine volcanoes create hazards unlike anything found in the Bermuda Triangle. When they erupt underwater, they can release enormous gas bubbles, primarily carbon dioxide and methane, that rise toward the surface. According to some scientific theories, these gas emissions might be capable of reducing water density to the point where ships lose buoyancy and sink with terrifying speed, too quickly even to issue a distress call. This phenomenon, sometimes called frothy water, could potentially explain why vessels disappear without warning and why wreckage is rarely found. A ship caught in such an event would likely be dragged straight to the bottom, possibly breaking apart under pressure on the way down. The volcanic activity presents other dangers as well. Eruptions can create temporary islands that aren't on any nautical charts, posing collision hazards for vessels. They can also heat the surrounding water, creating unusual fog banks and weather conditions that disorient sailors. And the constant seismic activity can generate rogue waves, massive, unpredictable swells that can reach heights of over 100 feet and are capable of capsizing even large ships. But while these natural explanations seem plausible for many of the reported incidents, they don't account for all the strange phenomena associated with the Devil's Sea. Pilots flying over the region have reported compass malfunctions and other instrument anomalies, similar to those described by aviators crossing the Bermuda Triangle. Electronic equipment sometimes fails inexplicably, only to resume normal function once the vessel or aircraft leaves the area. These electromagnetic anomalies have led some researchers to propose that the region might experience unusual geomagnetic properties. The intense volcanic activity could potentially create localized magnetic fields that interfere with navigational equipment. Some geologists have suggested that the movement of magma beneath the ocean floor, essentially molten metal flowing within the Earth, might generate electromagnetic fluctuations strong enough to disrupt both mechanical compasses and modern electronic systems. Adding to the mystery are the reports of visual phenomena unlike anything encountered in normal ocean conditions. Sailors have described seeing strange lights beneath the water's surface, glowing, pulsating illuminations that move in patterns suggesting intelligence rather than natural phosphorescence. Others report unusual fog banks that seem to glow from within, or clouds that form perfect geometric shapes before dissipating. While skeptics attribute these sightings to known natural phenomena like bioluminescent marine organisms or light refraction effects, the consistency of these reports across decades suggests something unusual may indeed be occurring in these waters. Perhaps the most famous documented case associated with the Devil's Sea is the disappearance of the Kayo Maru No. 5 in 1952. This modern research vessel was specifically dispatched by the Japanese government to investigate the Devil's Sea after multiple ships had vanished in the area. Equipped with the latest scientific instruments and crewed by experienced sailors and researchers, the Kayo Maru seemed the perfect vessel to solve the mystery once and for all. Instead, it became part of the enigma it was sent to study. According to official reports, the weather was clear when the Kayo Maru last made radio contact. The captain reported no difficulties and gave no indication of any unusual observations. Then, silence. Despite an extensive search operation involving dozens of ships and aircraft, no trace of the vessel or its 31 crew members was ever found. No debris, no oil slick, no life rafts, nothing. It was as if the ship had never existed. The loss of the Kayo Maru had a profound impact on Japanese maritime authorities. Having lost a modern research vessel specifically designed to withstand harsh conditions, along with its highly trained crew, officials were forced to acknowledge that whatever danger lurked in the Devil's Sea was beyond their current understanding. Some reports suggest that it was this incident that led the Japanese government to officially designate the area as a danger zone, though records from this period remain incomplete and sometimes contradictory. What makes the Devil's Sea particularly interesting to researchers of unexplained phenomena is its location on the exact opposite side of the world from the Bermuda Triangle. If you were to drive a theoretical stake through the Earth from the center of the Bermuda Triangle, it would emerge in the vicinity of the Devil's Sea. This geographic relationship has led to some fascinating theories about whether these two regions might share some common causal factor related to the Earth's magnetic field or some other global geophysical property. The parallels between the two regions extend beyond their antipodal relationship. Both are situated at approximately the same latitude in their respective hemispheres. Both feature complex ocean current systems and weather patterns. Both have histories of volcanic and seismic activity, and both have accumulated decades of reports describing similar anomalous phenomena, disappearances, equipment malfunctions, visual anomalies, and time distortions. This last category of reports, time anomalies, represents some of the most bizarre accounts associated with the Devil's Sea. Multiple sailors have reported experiencing unusual time dilations while navigating these waters. In one documented case from 1978, a Japanese fishing vessel emerged from a sudden fog bank to discover that their chronometers were off by nearly 24 hours compared to radio time signals, though the crew had no sense of having lost a day. In another incident, a pilot flying over the region in the 1960s reported that a 30-minute flight segment across the Devil's Sea registered as only 10 minutes on his aircraft's clock, though his fuel consumption was consistent with the longer time period. While such reports might be dismissed as human error or equipment malfunction under normal circumstances, their consistency across different incidents, involving different people, vessels, and timeframes, suggests that something unusual might indeed be occurring. Some theoretical physicists have proposed that intense gravitational forces, perhaps related to the region's complex undersea geography and tectonic activity, might actually create minor spacetime distortions that could account for these temporal anomalies. Of course, no discussion of the Devil's Sea would be complete without acknowledging the more fantastic theories that have been proposed to explain its mysteries. Just as with the Bermuda Triangle, speculation has ranged from the plausible to the outlandish. Some believe the region might hide an underwater alien base, pointing to the reports of strange lights and electromagnetic disturbances as evidence of advanced technology. Others suggest it might be the location of a portal or gateway to another dimension, where our normal physical laws become distorted. Japanese folklore offers its own explanations, many predating modern incidents by centuries. Traditional beliefs speak of underwater dragon palaces, magnificent kingdoms ruled by powerful dragon gods who control the seas and can manipulate weather and water conditions at will. When angered, these dragons could create whirlpools that dragged ships to watery graves or summon storms that appeared without warning. While modern minds might dismiss such stories as superstition, it's worth noting that these legends often encoded practical knowledge about dangerous maritime conditions in forms that could be easily remembered and transmitted across generations. Archaeological mysteries add another layer of intrigue to the Devil's Sea narrative. In 1987, an unusual underwater formation was discovered off the coast of Anjikuni Island, at the edge of the Devil's Sea region. Known as the Anjikuni Monument, this massive underwater structure features what appear to be terraces, steps, and stone columns arranged in geometric patterns that some archaeologists believe could not have formed naturally. If the structure is indeed artificial, it would suggest an advanced civilization existed in the region when sea levels were much lower, potentially more than 10,000 years ago, long before conventional history acknowledges such capabilities. Could there be a connection between this ancient underwater site and the modern phenomena reported in the Devil's Sea? Some researchers have suggested that whatever advanced technology or knowledge this ancient civilization possessed might somehow be responsible for the anomalies experienced today, perhaps through some form of energy technology we don't yet understand, or through changes they made to the region's geomagnetic properties that continue to affect our instruments. The scientific community generally approaches such speculations with skepticism, preferring to focus on natural explanations that don't require extraordinary claims. Indeed, advances in our understanding of ocean and atmospheric physics have provided plausible explanations for many once mysterious maritime disappearances worldwide. Improved weather forecasting, satellite monitoring, and modern communications technology have also drastically reduced shipping losses in regions once considered highly dangerous. In 1995, author Larry Kush published The Bermuda Triangle Mystery, Solved, which methodically debunked many of the most famous incidents associated with that region. While no comparable comprehensive study has been conducted for the Devil's Sea, many skeptics believe that similar rational explanations would likely account for most of its reputed mysteries as well. Yet even the most dedicated skeptics must acknowledge that our understanding of Earth's oceans remains incomplete. The extreme depths of the Devil's Sea region, which includes the Mariana Trench, the deepest known point on Earth, make comprehensive investigation challenging even with modern technology. The complex interplay of geological, oceanographic, and atmospheric factors in the region creates conditions that can still surprise even experienced scientists. Perhaps this is why the Devil's Sea continues to capture our imagination. In a world increasingly mapped, measured, and explained, it represents one of the few remaining places where mystery still dwells, a region where the line between natural phenomena and the truly unexplained remains tantalizingly blurred. Whether its reputation stems from genuine anomalous phenomena or simply from the human tendency to create patterns from coincidence, the Devil's Sea reminds us that our planet still holds secrets, especially in its most remote and dangerous corners. Japanese maritime authorities today take a pragmatic approach to the region. While no longer officially designated as a danger zone, captains are still advised to exercise additional caution when navigating these waters due to their unpredictable conditions. Modern vessels passing through the area are equipped with advanced navigation systems, satellite communications, and emergency beacons that would make a true disappearance far less likely than in previous decades. Yet occasionally, reports still emerge of unusual experiences in the Devil's Sea, unexplained equipment failures, strange visual phenomena, or sudden, localized weather events that defy meteorological prediction. While less frequent than during the region's most notorious period in the mid-20th century, these continued reports suggest that whatever natural forces are at work in the Devil's Sea, they remain capable of producing effects that can surprise even in our age of advanced technology. For now, the Devil's Sea remains a place where the known and unknown converge, where science offers partial explanations but leaves room for wonder. Perhaps its greatest value lies not in the specifics of any particular incident or theory, but in its reminder that our world is more complex and mysterious than we often acknowledge. In an age where we can access information about almost anything with a few keystrokes, there's something profoundly humbling about contemplating a place where ships and planes have vanished without explanation, where the sea itself seems to occasionally operate by different rules. And so the legend of the Devil's Sea persists, passed down through generations of sailors, researchers, and storytellers. A reminder that despite all our technological progress and scientific understanding, there are still places on Earth where nature retains her secrets, where the line between the explainable and the mysterious remains tantalizingly, perhaps eternally, blurred. Across the vast, arid plains of Namibia lies one of nature's most perplexing mysteries, perfectly formed circles of barren earth surrounded by tall grass, as if someone had taken a cookie cutter to the landscape. These aren't random formations or the work of modern humans. They're known as fairy circles, and they've left scientists scratching their heads for decades. These mysterious patches dot the Namib Desert for hundreds of miles, creating a polka dot pattern so strange and so precise that many locals believe they could only be the work of something supernatural. The fairy circles range from about 6 feet to 60 feet in diameter, spaced with an almost mathematical regularity across the red desert soil. From the ground, they appear as bare patches where nothing grows, perfect circles of emptiness surrounded by thriving desert grasses. But it's from above that their true mystery becomes apparent. Seen from the air, they stretch across the landscape in a vast, organized pattern, as if placed deliberately by some intelligent designer. For generations, the indigenous Himba people have attributed these circles to mystical origins. According to their traditions, the circles are footprints of the gods, sacred places, where the earth has been touched by something beyond our understanding. Other local legends suggest they're caused by the breath of a dragon that lives beneath the earth, or that they mark spots where ancestors have passed into the spirit world. In a landscape as harsh and otherworldly as the Namib Desert, such explanations don't seem entirely far-fetched. But what do scientists make of these perfect circles? Despite decades of research, they still can't agree on what causes them. Several theories have emerged over the years, each with its supporters and detractors, and each with evidence that seems compelling until you look at the counterarguments. It's a scientific mystery that refuses to be solved, a puzzle whose pieces never quite fit together completely. The first major theory proposes that termites are responsible for these barren patches. According to this hypothesis, sand termites, specifically a species called Sammoderms allosris, clear the vegetation in circles around their colonies to create a water trap. The idea is that by removing plants within a certain radius, the termites ensure that rainfall isn't absorbed by roots, but instead percolates deep into the sandy soil, creating an underground reservoir that sustains the colony during drought conditions. Scientists supporting this theory have found these termites present in many fairy circles and have observed that the soil within the circles tends to be more moist than the surrounding areas, especially after rainfall. But if termites are responsible, why are the circles so perfectly round? Why don't they overlap? And perhaps most puzzling of all, why do they appear in such regular patterns across vast landscapes? Nature is rarely so geometrically precise without some underlying mathematical principle at work. The second major theory takes a completely different approach, suggesting that the fairy circles are actually the result of plants organizing themselves. This self-organization theory proposes that in water-scarce environments, plants compete for limited resources. The stronger plants drawing water from a wider area, causing weaker plants around them to die off in a circular pattern. Over time, this competition creates a landscape where plants space themselves out in the most efficient way possible to maximize their access to scarce water resources. Computer models have shown that such plant competition can indeed create patterns remarkably similar to fairy circles. When scientists simulate plant growth in conditions mirroring the Namib Desert, circular patterns emerge naturally from the competition dynamics. It's as if the landscape is organizing itself through nothing more than the basic struggle for survival. But again, there are problems with this theory. If plant competition alone is responsible, why don't we see fairy circles in other deserts with similar conditions? And why do the circles appear and disappear over time, with some lasting decades while others form and vanish within years? In 2017, the mystery deepened when fairy circles were discovered in Western Australia, over 6,000 miles away from Namibia. These Australian circles share many characteristics with their African counterparts, despite evolving in isolation on different continents. This discovery suggests that whatever causes fairy circles may be a fundamental natural process that can occur independently in similar environments, rather than something unique to the Namib Desert. Some researchers now believe that both termites and plant self-organization might be working together in a complex interplay. Perhaps termites initially create bare patches, which then become stabilized through plant competition dynamics. Or maybe the plant patterns come first, creating conditions that attract termites which then reinforce the circular formations. Nature rarely operates through simple causes, especially when complex ecosystems are involved. Adding another layer to the mystery, researchers have discovered that fairy circles aren't static features. They're born, they age, and they die. New circles form while old ones gradually fill in with vegetation. Some circles have been observed to persist for more than 75 years, while others disappear after just a few seasons. What determines their lifespan? Is there some cycle at work that we haven't yet identified? The patterns themselves have attracted mathematicians who see in them evidence of Turing patterns, named after the British mathematician Alan Turing. In the 1950s, Turing proposed that simple chemical reactions could create complex patterns if the chemicals diffused through their environment at different rates. These same mathematical principles might explain how fairy circles form such regular, hexagonal arrangements across the landscape. Each circle positioned as far as possible from its neighbors, creating an optimal pattern for resource distribution. Some scientists have gone further, suggesting that fairy circles represent a form of natural ecosystem engineering. By concentrating water resources in specific patterns, these barren patches might actually help sustain plant life across a broader area than would otherwise be possible in such an arid environment. If true, the fairy circles wouldn't be a curiosity, but a crucial adaptation that allows life to persist in one of the harshest deserts on Earth. Recent studies using moisture sensors have shown that after rainfall, water indeed concentrates beneath fairy circles, remaining available to surrounding plants long after surface moisture has evaporated. The circles may act as watering holes without the water, underground reservoirs feeding the grasses that ring their edges. What makes the fairy circles particularly fascinating is how they challenge our understanding of ecosystem formation. Most landscapes are shaped by physical forces, wind, water, temperature, or by the dominant influence of a single species. But fairy circles suggest something more complex, an emergent property arising from the interactions of multiple species and environmental factors, creating patterns that no single cause could explain. The mystery has attracted researchers from fields as diverse as entomology, botany, physics, and mathematics, each bringing their own perspectives and tools to the puzzle. Yet despite all this scientific firepower, the fairy circles guard their secrets. Each new study seems to raise as many questions as it answers. In science, mysteries like this are both frustrating and valuable. They remind us of the limits of our understanding and push researchers to develop new methods and perspectives. The fairy circles have inspired advances in pattern recognition, ecosystem modeling, and theories of self-organization that extend far beyond the specific puzzle of these desert formations. For visitors lucky enough to see them in person, the fairy circles evoke a sense of wonder that transcends scientific explanations. Standing on the edge of a perfect circle in the middle of an ancient desert, watching the sun set over an endless pattern of these mysterious formations, it's easy to understand why local peoples attributed them to gods or spirits. There's something almost otherworldly about their precision and scale. Whether created by termites, plant competition, some combination of both, or processes we haven't yet identified, the fairy circles of Namibia remind us that our planet still holds mysteries. In an age when we can map every inch of the Earth from space and analyze the chemistry of distant planets, there are still phenomena in our own backyard that we cannot fully explain. And perhaps that's part of their appeal. In a world increasingly explained and quantified, the fairy circles represent something that still eludes our complete understanding. A reminder that nature is always more complex, more intricate, and more surprising than our theories can fully capture. They stand as a testament to the power of mystery itself, drawing us forward in our quest to understand the remarkable planet we call home. Off the coast of Belize, in the crystal-clear waters of the Caribbean Sea, lies a perfect circle of deep, dark blue amidst the turquoise shallows. From the air, it looks like an eye staring up from the ocean floor, a perfect circle of midnight blue set against the lighter colors of the surrounding reef. This is the Great Blue Hole, one of the most mysterious and captivating natural formations on our planet. At over 900 feet across and more than 400 feet deep, this massive underwater sinkhole has beckoned explorers for decades, each one wondering what secrets might lie hidden in its depths. The Great Blue Hole wasn't always underwater. It began its existence during the last ice age, more than 100,000 years ago, as a massive limestone cave system on dry land. As sea levels rose with the melting of the glaciers, the caves were gradually submerged, and their ceilings eventually collapsed, creating the nearly perfect circular shape we see today. But this geological explanation does little to diminish the aura of mystery that surrounds this place. Something about its perfect roundness, its unfathomable darkness, and its sheer scale continues to capture our imagination and draw explorers from around the world. The famous French explorer Jacques Cousteau was the first to truly map and document the Blue Hole in 1971. He brought his research vessel, the Calypso, to Belize and declared the Blue Hole one of the top 10 diving sites in the world. His explorations revealed strange limestone formations and underwater stalactites that hinted at the hole's origins as a dry cave. But even Cousteau, with the technology of his time, couldn't fully explore the deepest recesses of this natural wonder. Some parts remained hidden, too deep and dangerous for divers of that era to safely reach. The uppermost parts of the Blue Hole are familiar enough. Down to about 40 feet, The hole is filled with Caribbean reef life, colorful fish darting among corals, nurse sharks patrolling the edges, the occasional turtle gliding by. But descend further and everything changes. At around 100 feet, divers encounter a thick hydrogen sulfide layer, a cloudy, misty boundary between two worlds. Pass through this strange chemical curtain, and you enter another realm entirely. Beyond the hydrogen sulfide layer, the water clears again, but nearly all life disappears. The blue hole becomes a barren, silent world of strange rock formations and perfect stillness. Massive stalactites hang from the walls, some of them 30 feet long and several feet thick, silent witnesses to the time when this place was air-filled cavern. These formations could only have formed when the cave was above sea level, and they've been dated to over 150,000 years old. It's like swimming through the ruins of an ancient, flooded cathedral. But what about the deepest parts of the hole? What lies at the very bottom, more than 400 feet down, where few humans have ever ventured? Recent expeditions have begun to answer this question, but each answer seems to bring new mysteries. In December 2018, a major expedition led by billionaire Richard Branson and Fabien Cousteau, grandson of Jacques Cousteau, used submarines to reach the bottom of the blue hole for the first time in decades. Their discoveries were both illuminating and perplexing. The expedition found that the bottom of the blue hole is largely devoid of oxygen, a dead zone where almost nothing can survive. They discovered strange tracks in the silt of the seafloor, suggesting that something large occasionally moves through this oxygen-depleted environment, though what could survive in such conditions remains unclear. Most eerily, they found conch shells and other remains of marine life piled against one wall, as if swept there by some unknown current or process operating in the depths. Perhaps the most surprising discovery was that the bottom of the blue hole isn't a flat plane as many had assumed, but contains additional caverns and passages leading deeper into the earth. These openings suggest that what we call the Great Blue Hole might only be the entrance to a much larger and more complex system extending beneath the seafloor. Technology and safety concerns have so far prevented exploration of these deeper passageways, leaving us to wonder what might lie beyond. The chemical composition of the deeper waters of the blue hole is another puzzle. The water at the bottom contains high levels of hydrogen sulfide and is almost completely depleted of oxygen, creating conditions that would be toxic to most marine life. Yet occasionally, creatures from the oxygen-rich waters above venture down into this toxic zone, presumably to hunt or seek refuge, despite the dangerous conditions. How they survive these forays, and what adaptations allow them to function in such an environment, remains poorly understood. Even the way water circulates within the blue hole defies easy explanation. Unlike many ocean features, the blue hole seems largely disconnected from the surrounding currents. The water inside it doesn't mix readily with the water outside, creating a nearly isolated ecosystem with its own chemical and biological dynamics. Scientists have discovered that water inside the hole can remain in place for years or even decades, barely moving or mixing with the surrounding ocean. It's as if the blue hole exists in its own separate reality, following different rules than the waters around it. Adding to the mystery are reports from divers who claim to have experienced strange phenomena while exploring the blue hole. Some describe unusual magnetic anomalies that cause compasses to behave erratically. Others report inexplicable changes in water temperature or sudden currents that seem to come from nowhere. While many of these reports can likely be explained by the complex physical and chemical properties of the sinkhole, they contribute to the aura of mystery that surrounds this place. The limestone walls of the blue hole contain their own mysteries in the form of geological records. Like tree rings, the layers of mineral deposits in the stalactites and on the walls provide a record of Earth's climate going back hundreds of thousands of years. Scientists have been able to extract cores from these formations and analyze them for clues about ancient rainfall patterns, temperature changes, and even major events like earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. The blue hole, it turns out, is not just a wonder to behold, but also a library of Earth's history, preserving information that would otherwise be lost to time. One of the strangest discoveries came in 2018, when researchers found a graveyard of shells and marine remains at the bottom of the hole. These weren't recent deaths. The creatures appeared to have died long ago and been preserved in the oxygen-poor environment. What caused this mass mortality event? Was it a sudden change in the hole's chemistry, perhaps triggered by an earthquake or other geological event? Or did some predator trap them there? The patterns of their arrangement suggest they didn't just sink there naturally, but were somehow carried or driven to that specific location. The very existence of the blue hole in its current form depends on a precise sequence of geological and climatological events that occurred over tens of thousands of years. Had sea levels risen at a different rate, or had the original cave system been structured differently, this perfect natural circle might never have formed. It's a reminder of how contingent and precious our planet's wonders really are, the product of specific historical circumstances that could easily have turned out differently. Recent studies of the sediment at the bottom of the blue hole have revealed another layer of mystery, evidence of droughts and climate shifts far more severe than anything in recorded human history. By analyzing the composition of different sediment layers, scientists have found signs of catastrophic dry periods that could have destabilized ancient civilizations. Some researchers believe these findings may help explain the mysterious collapse of the Maya civilization, which once thrived in the nearby Yucatan Peninsula before suddenly declining around 1000 CE. Modern technology continues to reveal new aspects of the blue hole. Sonar mapping has shown that the sides aren't as smooth as they appear from above, but contain numerous small caves and overhangs that could serve as habitats for marine life or preserve additional geological records. And satellite measurements have discovered that the blue hole is actually part of a larger network of underwater features, connected through the complex geology of the Lighthouse Reef Atoll where it's located. As diving and submarine technology continue to advance, we can expect more expeditions to uncover additional layers of the blue hole's mysteries. Yet something about this place suggests it will never be fully understood, that like all great natural wonders, it will continue to guard some of its secrets, continuing to draw us back with the promise of discovery and the allure of the unknown. Our world is filled with enigmas that challenge our understanding, some hidden in remote corners of the globe, some submerged beneath ancient waters, and others standing in plain view, defying conventional explanation. The mysterious places we've explored in these past hours represent just a fraction of the unexplained wonders that continue to perplex scientists and ignite our collective imagination.